Chapter 4692. However, these people are really powerful. With so many experts gathered here, I'm curious about what they're looking for. Lei Gong said curiously. This trip had broadened his horizons. He knew that the Dao realm was magnificent and there were countless experts. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. At this moment, another voice sounded. A resplendent golden dragon appeared in the sky. This dragon was huge, and its whiskers were silver. It was very majestic. As it flew past, it sprinkled countless drops of sweet dew, nourishing the world. 3 figures stood quietly on the golden dragon. One on the left and one on the right. Both of them were wearing cotton clothes, but their strength was even more unfathomable. This was because one of them actually had the strength of a superior deity. They were about 30 years old. Their faces were cold, and they were imposing without being angry. Looking at the old man in the middle, he had a kind expression and looked like a mortal. He was smiling at everyone. Elder Yellow Mountain. This was the last group of people they had gathered this time. Even the heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the West couldn't see through this person's background. He only knew that he was called Elder Yellow Mountain. Elder Yellow Mountain, you're really late. Emperor Dong Hua cupped his hands slightly at the old man. His previous arrogance instantly disappeared, and there was fear in the depths of his eyes. He didn't know Elder Yellow Mountain's background, but he knew that this person was really strong. He had the power to overturn the clouds and rain and destroy the universe. 3,000 years ago, they had gathered for the first time. At that time, Elder Yellow Mountain wanted to join the treasure hunting team. However, Emperor Dong Hua was not convinced and wanted to teach him a lesson. In the end, he couldn't block a single finger. This matter left a heavy shadow in his heart. In this era, there were very few people who could make him unable to block a single finger. Emperor Dong Hua, you're always the first to come every year. The old man chuckled and walked down from the golden dragon. With a wave of his right hand, the majestic golden dragon turned into a small snake and disappeared into the old man's body. This dragon is probably comparable to the dragon god at the Kaiyuan River. Lei Gong was secretly shocked. Not only that, that's the real dragon ancestor. Lin Ling shook his head. He had a feeling that once the golden dragon appeared, not many people present would be able to withstand it. However, this person gives me a very familiar feeling. Soon after, Lin Ling muttered in his heart as he recalled the task Master Guangqing had entrusted to him. He quietly laid down a barrier and used his divine arts to investigate. This spell was extremely ancient and was passed down by Master Guangqing. Very few people in this era knew about it. It's him. After investigating, Lin Ling's mind was in turmoil. Previously, he was only slightly curious. Who would have thought that he would actually obtain such a harvest? He's here too, and no one knows him. How could this be? Lin Ling frowned, but soon he was overtaken by surprise. This was because the elder's appearance was clearly targeting the great Yin-Yang primordial mystery dragon. This Xian dragon formed from the ancient universe Xian Qi was the treasure this old man needed for his cultivation. I didn't expect my luck to be so good this time. A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. While Lin Ling was lost in thought, everyone was still chatting with each other, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Of course, after Elder Yellow Mountain arrived, many gods tried to curry favor with him, hoping to obtain a powerful backer. That old man Huang Shan was also kind and treated everyone equally. He gave off a very good feeling. Elder Yellow Mountain, my name is Sage Sa. I was transformed from a purple mosquito in ancient times. I cultivated for tens of millions of years and became the disciple of the North Pole Emperor during the Age of Gods. I learned the essence of martial arts and have reincarnated. Senior, I'm Yen Tongzi, a general of the giant spiritual god's tomb during the Age of Gods. I died in the great calamity of the world's will and have reincarnated. My master is Haze Mountain in the north of the Chaos Realm. Elder Yellow Mountain. Some gods who were here for the first time introduced themselves. Not only did they tell Elder Yellow Mountain their origins, but they were also telling the others. And these gods could only be invited here. They also had some ability and could be of help to the people. Elder Yellow Mountain nodded with a smile. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and the others and asked kindly, who are these? That was because all the unfamiliar faces present had introduced themselves. Only Lin Ling and the others were watching quietly as if it had nothing to do with them. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at Lin Ling and the others curiously. However, when they realized that Long Yang and the others were only lesser gods, they all looked disdainful. The gods present were all old monsters who had lived for tens of millions of years. Not to mention lesser gods, they had even seen superior gods. Naturally, they didn't take Lin Ling and the others seriously. These are the people I brought here, Goddess Yu Ying said with a smile. So it's Goddess Yu Ying. Although their cultivation is a little weak, they must have some ability to be invited by Goddess Yu Ying, said the smiling Buddha. He had already seen Lin Ling and the others and was also curious about what abilities these people had. Hurry up and greet these seniors and introduce yourself. At the side, Xiao Ying suddenly said coldly to Lin Ling and the others. Her tone was very unpleasant, as she felt that Lin Ling and the others were too insensible. In fact, the 10 orthodoxies were already flattered. The reason why they didn't speak was because they were waiting for Lin Ling to speak. Lei Gong Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling looked at everyone and said, "Of course." Most of them were looking at Elder Yellow Mountain. Everyone nodded and waited for Lin Ling to say his origin. However, Lin Ling only said a name and then looked indifferent. That's it? Which god's reincarnation are you? Don't you plan to tell us? The gods were in a bad mood, and Xiao Ying immediately spoke. That's it. Lin Ling replied indifferently. In fact, he also didn't know which god's reincarnation he was. How arrogant, he's just an early-stage mid-god. Who gave him the guts? The other newcomers would at least tell us where they came from, but he only has a name. Perhaps he's just here to make up the numbers. He won't be of any help later. If Goddess Yu Ying didn't bring him here, such a person would have been chased away long ago. Many ancient gods were whispering to each other. Goddess Yu Ying was incomparably embarrassed and didn't say anything in the end. In her impression, Lin Ling had always been so cold and arrogant. However, this Lin Ling didn't know who was present, especially Elder Yellow Mountain, who could erase his existence with just a breath. Sigh, the ignorant are not guilty. Goddess Yu Ying sighed secretly. How dare you? At this time, Xiao Ying couldn't help but shout, I really don't know what kind of ability you have. It's your fortune that Miss brought you here. Not only did you take advantage of us by following us, but you're also so arrogant. Her words were merciless, which made Lin Ling frown. He didn't have a past life's origin because he didn't know. Chapter 4693. You. Xiao Ying didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to talk back. Yes, she was a servant girl, but she was still a servant of the Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity. In terms of background, she was much better than this guy of unknown origin. All right, it's good enough that we know your name. Elder Yellow Mountain suddenly laughed. He was the most senior and the strongest here, but he was the easiest to talk to. See? He doesn't even care. You're just a maid, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Ling sneered at Xiao Ying. I'm so angry. Xiao Ying stomped her feet. Lei Gong and the others smiled helplessly. They copied Lin Ling and only said their names, not their origins. In fact, it didn't matter whether they said it or not. Compared to the people here, their origins were indeed very ordinary. What a bunch of ignorant juniors. But they probably don't have much ability. They'll be eliminated soon. Although the big shots weren't happy, they didn't take it to heart. Lin Ling and the others weren't enough to make them angry. Since everyone is here, why don't we set off now? The smiling Buddha said, looking at Elder Yellow Mountain. Elder Yellow Mountain nodded and waved his right hand. The golden dragon from before appeared. It circled the sky and landed on the ground, waiting for everyone to board it. Thank you, Elder Yellow Mountain. The gods all bowed to Elder Yellow Mountain and then jumped on the golden dragon. Some of them knew that this golden dragon was extremely powerful and had the speed of 10 million worlds in a second. I've broadened your horizons. You're really lucky. But later, if you're useless, then get lost. Xiao Ying also jumped on the golden dragon and said to Long Yang and the others at the same time, "What an arrogant maid." Hearing this, Lei Gong couldn't help but be angry. Although there were countless experts here, the maid was only a lesser deity. If someone said she was useless, then it was she who was useless. She's just a little maid. What's there to be angry about? Lin Ling smiled indifferently. He was obviously more concerned about the great Yin-Yang primordial mystery dragon. Moreover, he knew that he was the only one who could obtain the treasures on the great Yin-Yang primordial mystery dragon. Then, he led Lei Gong and the others onto the golden dragon. The golden dragon scattered down endless sweet dew, disappearing into the heavens, flying into the distance with the speed of 10 million great worlds. Everyone stood on the golden dragon and looked at the endless barren mountains. Then, they looked up at the nebulous primordial chi above their heads. Their hearts were filled with pride. A mount with such speed was something they had never seen in their lives. Being able to ride it was also something that made them proud. Especially when they saw the scenery around them flashing by like white horses, they felt as if they were galloping through the river of time. Little friend Lin Ling. While Lin Ling was looking around, old man Huang Shan suddenly walked over and said with a smile, "You look like an old friend of mine. We hit it off at first sight." The surrounding people were admiring the beautiful scenery. When they saw Elder Yellow Mountain take the initiative to greet them, they were all shocked. "Hee, I'm sorry, but this is indeed my first time meeting you." However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. "Bastard. This idiot missed a great opportunity. Sigh, how can there be such an unappreciative person in the world? Elder Yellow Mountain's strength is unfathomable. Even his guards are superior gods." He took the initiative to greet him, but this kid actually didn't seize this opportunity. The gods were cursing in their hearts, and they were very envious. That was because although Elder Yellow Mountain was polite to them, it was only polite. They all knew that Elder Yellow Mountain would not pay attention to them after this operation. However, that junior called Lei Gong Lin Ling had a chance. As long as he curried favor with Elder Yellow Mountain, he might even be accepted as a disciple. Unfortunately, this guy was blind and missed it. Is that so? Maybe it's just my imagination. Elder Yellow Mountain was stunned and incomparably embarrassed. He could only walk back to the dragon's head. This made Goddess Yu Ying shake her head helplessly. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was too arrogant. Even Lei Gong could not believe it. He felt as if he had missed a powerful friend. He knew very well that the people present were not weak, but they had to be respectful to Elder Yellow Mountain. This was even more proof of Elder Yellow Mountain's identity. However, Lin Ling was disdainful? That was too awesome. "It's okay, he'll look for me again." Lin Ling smiled indifferently because he knew Elder Yellow Mountain's master and knew how to obtain the treasures on the great Yin-Yang primordial mystic dragon. Guang Qingzi sought Lin Ling's help, which meant that this old man was bound to fail. Only Lin Ling's help could succeed. The great Yin-Yang primordial mystic chi should have matured by now. "Everyone, how's the deduction?" At this time, Goddess Yu Ying looked at everyone and said, 3,000 years ago, I took a wisp of Yin-Yang primordial mystic chi and hid it in the Buddha beads. I check it every day. Now, this wisp of Yin-Yang primordial mystic chi has grown stronger by the day. My Donghua Yuchan also pointed out that it's in the vicinity. The gods spoke one after another. They had all come to search for treasures in the past, so they all had an impression of it. However, they could only find the general direction. As for the specific location, they could not be sure. After all, after 1,000 years, all kinds of mysteries would appear. Not to mention, the Yin-Yang primordial mystic chi had a spirit and would wander from time to time. It was difficult to determine the direction. The pagoda pearl golden pen that my father left me also wrote that it's in this area. However, my cultivation is too weak to calculate the specific location. Goddess Yu Ying said. This was also the reason why everyone had gathered here. It was because they knew that it was utterly impossible for them to obtain any treasures by themselves. Then, they all looked at Elder Yellow Mountain. Now that the general location had been determined, It was up to Elder Yellow Mountain to determine the specific location of the yin-yang primordial mystic chi. Since everyone has the same opinion, it means that we didn't go the wrong way. Next, let me try. Elder Yellow Mountain smiled, walked to the dragon's head, and pointed. In the sky, bronze light bloomed. Then, a square ancient cauldron appeared. The ancient cauldron burned with sandalwood. Then he pointed his finger again. Another square ancient cauldron appeared. After 4 ancient cauldrons appeared, Elder Yellow Mountain stomped the dragon's head, and the golden dragon flew to the ground with everyone. It's my turn. At this time, another god spoke. He spread his hands, and endless petals floated out and disappeared into the ground. Then this person smiled excitedly and pointed into the distance. It's in that abyss. Everyone was delighted. They had finally found it. Xiaoying was also very happy. Suddenly, she looked at Lin Ling and the others mockingly and said to herself, I knew it. You guys are just here to make up the numbers. How shameless. At this moment, everyone jumped down from the golden dragon and headed straight for the abyss in front of them. However, this abyss was like the mouth of a demonic beast. Moreover, it was very long and filled with rolling fog. Chapter 4694. The Tao realm miasma was the most mysterious. Even the 5 emperors did not understand it. It was said that if one entered it, they might be lost forever. Why is there a Tao realm miasma all of a sudden? Everyone, confirm if the treasure land is below the abyss. I've already checked. There's no mistake. Then how do we go in? Are we going to fail this time? Above the abyss, everyone frowned. No one dared to test it because they were too familiar with the Tao realm miasma. However, although they did not dare to enter, they used all kinds of methods to investigate. For example, the Laughing Buddha recognized the ancient Yen Buddha bead. The moment the bead appeared, the entire ground was illuminated and everything near the bead was burned. Then he threw it into the abyss. However, the dazzling ancient Yen Buddha bead disappeared without a trace after falling into the miasma. The most terrifying thing was that the Laughing Buddha could not sense the bead at all. He frowned and said, If we go in rashly, I'm afraid we'll get lost. Although the miasma is powerful, we just need to destroy this place. Beside Goddess Yu Ying, Xiaoying suddenly suggested, causing many people's eyes to light up. That's right. Although the miasma was powerful, this cliff was probably not that powerful. This young friend's suggestion is not bad. Emperor Dong Hua pondered for a moment and smiled. He looked at Xiaoying and nodded in admiration. This gaze undoubtedly made Xiaoying feel very proud. Suddenly, she looked at Longyang and the others with disdain in her eyes as if saying, Do you see that? You're all useless trash. It's useless. If this abyss is broken, the miasma will definitely disperse. At that time, it will be even more difficult to find that place. However, at this moment, Elder Huang Shan's voice sounded, causing Xiaoying's pride to be doused with cold water. Elder Huang Shan, do you have any ideas? Someone looked at Elder Huang Shan and asked. However, Elder Huang Shan frowned and shook his head. Seeing this, everyone sighed softly, but they were unwilling to give up. They were all thinking. Xiaoying's strength was about the same as Longyang's, so she naturally had no ideas. She suddenly looked at Lin Ling and the others, and her expression immediately became unhappy. These people couldn't help at all and would only watch from the sidelines. He really didn't understand where they got the face to refuse to leave. The more she looked at them, the more unhappy she became. She couldn't help but say sarcastically, A bunch of ignorant little gods. Are you all so shameless? It's one thing to be weak, and it's one thing to not be able to help, but everyone is anxious. Look at you guys, you look so calm and relaxed. Those who don't know you might think that you're the reincarnation of an ancient god. Although these words weren't spoken aloud, quite a number of gods heard them. Displeasure appeared in their eyes as they looked at Lin Ling and the others. It was undeniable that Xiaoying was right. All of you scram. Xiaoying spoke again, wanting to drive Lin Ling and the others away. Oh right, I forgot about him. However, at this moment, Goddess Yu Ying suddenly thought of something and immediately looked at Lin Ling, fellow Taoist. Aren't you able to enter the miasma of the Tao realm? Do you have any ideas? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Lin Ling, and their expressions changed greatly. Elder Huang Shan's pupils trembled violently. He could enter the miasma of the Tao realm? He had been in the Tao realm for tens of millions of years, and this was the first time he had heard of someone who could enter the miasma of the Tao realm. When he looked at Xiaoying again, she trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. She had just said that Lin Ling and the others were trash, but in the blink of an eye, someone said that they could enter the miasma of the Tao realm. Most importantly, the person who said this was her young mistress. Young mistress, are you mistaken? Xiaoying kept shaking her head. Even these big shots were helpless against the miasma. How could these little gods have the ability to do so? This isn't the miasma of the Tao realm. At this moment, Lin Ling also said calmly. As expected, he's still helpless. It seems like you're overthinking it, young mistress. Hearing the first sentence, Xiaoying suddenly felt very happy. The laughing Buddha, Emperor Donghua, and the others frowned and then shook their heads. It seemed like they were overthinking it. However, this place is exactly the same as the miasma of the Tao realm, so I think it shouldn't be difficult. However, Lin Ling's next sentence shocked all the gods into silence. Indeed, this wasn't the miasma of the Tao realm, but this miasma was the same as the miasma of the Tao realm, and that was enough. What, you really have a way? Hurry up and bring us in. If we enter, we'll definitely reward you. Remember, my name is Emperor Donghua. If anyone bullies you in the Tao realm, you can use my name. Young friend, you're an early-stage mid-god. I have a treasure here that can guarantee you defeat 70% of your opponents. As long as you bring us in, this treasure will be yours. The gods spoke one after another and took out rewards to tempt Lin Ling. In their opinion, their rewards should be enough to move Lin Ling. Damn it, that Longyang is from the 10 orthodoxies. They're all very ordinary gods. The gods following them are also limited in strength. How can he have a way? This is so infuriating. Only Xiaoying was frowning. She felt like she had been slapped in the face, and it was a fierce slap. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. He did not care about the rewards given by the gods at all. For example, Emperor Donghua's promise that if anyone bullied him in the Tao realm, he would use his name. What a joke! Lin Ling had offended by Shan, Emperor Shun, and Emperor Yao. What was the use of these people's face? As for the laughing Buddha's treasure, that was even more of a joke. Now that Lin Ling was invincible among early-stage mid-gods, Lin Ling didn't care about the laughing Buddha's treasure. Young friend, please. Only Elder Huang Shan and Goddess Yu Ying were sincerely asking for help. They bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Fine, you met me. It's your fortune to meet me. Lin Ling nodded. He also wanted to enter the depths of the abyss, so they could work together. Fortune. Hearing this, the laughing Buddha and Emperor Donghua were tongue-tied. They almost laughed out loud. However, they endured it for now. They wanted to see if Lin Ling had the ability. Follow me. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and jumped into the abyss. Young friend. Fellow cultivator. Elder Huang Shan and Goddess Yu Ying's expressions changed. He was too confident to jump in just like that. As for Xiaoying and the others, they were not worried about Lin Ling. Instead, they were curious whether Lin Ling could succeed. Lin Ling quickly disappeared into the hazy fog as if he had disappeared without a trace. He's probably lost forever. After waiting for a moment, Emperor Donghua shook his head and sneered. I thought he had some ability, but it turns out he's just an ignorant junior. The laughing Buddha sighed softly. However, at this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the rolling fog. Although it wasn't very bright, it allowed people to see everything in the fog. Then, Lin Ling's figure flickered out of the light. Come down. A calm voice sounded at the same time. Chapter 4695. One had to know that the laughing Buddha's ancient flaming Buddha bead could burn the earth, but it disappeared after falling into the miasma. But this junior could light up a lamp? Let's go! Elder Yellow Mountain jumped into the abyss without hesitation. Seeing this, everyone was relieved and jumped into the abyss as well. After entering the miasma, they realized how terrifying their surroundings were. They couldn't even see their own fingers, as if they had entered a crack between time and space. Even though they were powerful, they did not dare to do anything in this place. Follow me. If you get separated, you'll have to pray for yourself. Lin Ling led the way, and a soul lamp appeared above his head. What a magical technique! How did he light up the soul lamp? The gods looked at Lin Ling curiously, but they could not tell what kind of divine ability Lin Ling was using. Even Elder Yellow Mountain was the same. No one knew that this was a technique taught to Lin Ling by Old Devil Sangha. This technique existed not long after the Tao realm was opened, so they naturally did not know about it. After all, Old Devil Sangue's first batch of gods were the most familiar with the Tao realm. Get out of the way, our young lady wants to walk in front. Everyone fell one after another, and Little Ing suddenly shouted at Long Yang. Long Yang and Lin Ling were walking in front, and following Lin Ling was undoubtedly the safest. Therefore, Little Ing wanted Long Yang and the rest of the 10 orthodoxies to follow at the back. Lin Ling stopped and looked at Little Ing coldly. Go to the back. You want me to go to the back? Don't you know who I am? Little Ing was stunned. I don't care who you are, but in this place, I have the final say. Not just you, even your young lady has to listen to my orders. Now, go to the back. Lin Ling shouted again. Go to the back. Emperor Dong Hua and the others immediately said. They did not care who Little Ing was, they just wanted to get out of the miasma. But now, Lin Ling obviously did not want to go, so they were anxious. Miss Xiaoying hurriedly looked at Goddess Yuing. The latter sighed helplessly and said, Xiaoying, you go to the back. Don't delay everyone's important matters. Xiaoying gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Lin Ling. She walked to the back of the line. Walking at the back of the group, it was easy to get lost due to the rolling fog around them. If they got lost, they would never be able to get out again. Long Yang, 10 orthodoxies, follow me. Lin Ling looked at Long Yang and the others, then strode forward. On the other hand, Long Yang and the 10 gate orthodoxies were extremely touched. In front of ancient gods like Elder Yellow Mountain, they had no status at all. However, Lin Ling had fought for their dignity. Although this dignity was very dim, at least they were ranked before these ancient giant gods. This brat really has some ability. Who cares about him? As long as we walk out of the miasma, his brilliance will have ended. An early-stage mid-god is still an early-stage mid-god. That's right. When the time comes, just give him some treasures and send him off. The Laughing Buddha, Emperor Dong Hua, and the others were whispering. As for Elder Yellow Mountain and Goddess Yuing, they were still very surprised. They were suddenly even more curious about Lin Ling. Damn it, this person must be deliberately trying to kill me. What a vicious heart. At the back of the group, Xiao Ying's eyes were ferocious. However, she did not have time to be angry. She quickly caught up with the group, afraid that she would lose them. However, she did not know that Lin Ling did not have time to harm her at all. Because she did not deserve it. Look, what's this? As they moved forward, strange scenes appeared around them. Space dust appeared. Except for Lin Ling and Lei Gong, everyone else appeared. This was because Lin Ling and the Thunder God had both passed through the Tao realm miasma barrier once. That was why these phenomena did not appear. And these phenomena reflected everyone's most previous life. It's really him. Lin Ling stared at Elder Yellow Mountain's illusion and nodded. That old man was one of the 5 emperors, Guangchengzi's disciple, the Yellow Emperor. He was one of the 5 oldest leaders of the human race, and his origins could be traced back to the primordial era. However, other than Lin Ling and Lei Gong, no one paid attention to Elder Yellow Mountain because everyone was paying attention to their previous and current lives. And the feedback of their previous and current lives was obviously more powerful than the feedback of the Netherworld's 3 lives mirror. The 3 lives mirror of the Netherworld could only reflect what happened after they reincarnated. However, here, even their universe dust could reflect it. Little friend, these should be our most previous lives, right? Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. That's right. Except for the God of creation, everything in the world is formed from dust. Senior, you are formed from a long river. This long river existed since the beginning of the world. This means that Senior's origin is not small. Lin Ling also transmitted his voice back. In the distance, Elder Yellow Mountain couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was the one who transmitted his voice to Lin Ling. He didn't expect this to be what was inside the fog barrier. However, he could clearly see that Lin Ling and Lei Gong had no reaction. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to already know his origins, but his reaction was very calm. This made him feel that Lin Ling was even more mysterious. When you walk out of the fog barrier, you will all receive a chance to be protected by the Tao realm. Lin Ling said again. Thank you, little friend. No, fellow Taoist Lin. Elder Yellow Mountain couldn't help but bow to Lin Ling. As time passed, the illusions around them began to disappear, and everyone woke up. At the same time, a voice sounded in their minds. Everyone had received a chance to be protected by the Tao realm. Great! The gods were incomparably happy. Opportunity, opportunity. 1,000 years ago, I obtained a great opportunity in this mystic realm. 1,000 years later, it's the same. This trip wasn't in vain. Cheers of joy could be heard continuously. Longyang and the 10 orthodoxies were also very excited, especially Longyang. She looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression because she knew what it meant to have a chance to be protected by the Tao realm. However, Lin Ling had actually rewarded her with such a huge opportunity. Moreover, it was Lin Ling who protected her to enter the Tao realm. At this point, she was already extremely grateful to Lin Ling after removing the initial obsession in her heart. But Longyang shook her head secretly. Lin Ling was the first man in her life, but he was also a man she would never forget. After a long time, everyone walked out of the fog barrier. When they looked up, they were already at the bottom of the abyss. The abyss was huge, and the rocks were sharp as if ghosts were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Over here, after passing through the fog barrier, the gods were shocked. They ignored Lin Ling and the others and quickly walked along the abyss according to their own search method. Chapter 4696. After saying that, she also chased after Goddess Yu Ying. What a shameless woman! Longyang stared at Xiao Ying and couldn't help but curse. That's right. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, she wouldn't have been able to enter this place. But now, she's burning the bridge after crossing the river. Most importantly, she got a chance to be protected by a Tao realm cultivator. Can't she even say a word of thanks? The 10 orthodoxies felt indignant for Lin Ling. A chance to be protected by a Tao realm cultivator was hard to come by. It represented a life. This also meant that Xiao Ying's life was saved by Lin Ling. However, in the face of her savior, not only did Xiao Ying not thank him, she even insulted him. Perhaps, if there was a chance, Xiao Ying would get someone to kill Lin Ling. Those Laughing Buddha, Emperor Donghua, and the others are also shameless. Lei Gong also said. He naturally saw that after the Laughing Buddha and the others came down, they immediately reverted to their disdainful expressions. It seemed that one's ability was one thing, but strength was the most important thing to be respected. They'll beg me one day. Lin Ling didn't care at all. Oh you, sometimes you're ruthless, but sometimes you're too kind. It's as if you don't care about anything. Longyang couldn't help but feel indignant for Lin Ling. Look at Xiao Ying. She didn't even take it lying down. Maybe because you helped her get a chance to be protected by a Tao realm cultivator, she'll use it to kill you. Longyang, are you worried for me? Lin Ling smiled and looked at Longyang strangely. He no longer had any hostility towards Longyang. After all, they came from the 9 states together. Moreover, Lin Ling and Longyang had known each other for many years. They had interacted in the spirit state. Bullshit. Dragon Lady cursed angrily, but her face was blushing. Don't worry, a lower god is just an ant to me. If I want to kill her, even a Tao realm cultivator's protection won't work. Shaking his head, Lin Ling calmly walked forward. Bullshit. Longyang naturally didn't believe it. Among the crowd, only Lei Gong and the 10 orthodoxies believed in him. This was because they had all witnessed Lin Ling's power. Once the grand cosmic ray was released, no Tao realm cultivator could protect him. Rumble. As they moved forward, a rumbling sound came from the front. At the bottom of the cliff, a large number of giant lizards crawled out. They were very ancient and extremely powerful. These were cosmic beasts. Most importantly, these cosmic beasts possessed strength comparable to a peak mid-level deity. In the face of such a powerful cosmic beast, the gods also unleashed their full strength. Boom, boom. The cosmic beasts were also constantly smashing down. Why are these cosmic beasts so powerful? It seems that the cosmic beasts have become much stronger when they get close to that treasure. If that's the case, then the treasure is getting closer and closer. Although these giant lizards were difficult to kill, the thought of the treasures at the end of the line excited them. Oh no, what is that? Suddenly, in the distance of the abyss, an even larger cosmic lizard slowly crawled out. This cosmic lizard had 3 heads, with yin and yang flames blooming. Moreover, the head in the middle was even more terrifying. It was a combination of yin and yang flames. Esoteric flame. That's the esoteric flame formed from the primordial universe's esoteric flame. This guy probably has the strength of a higher deity. The gods' expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to act rashly as they witnessed the arrival of a large number of cosmic lizards. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest also walked over slowly as if they were strolling in their own backyard. These shameless people. Xiao Ying was weak, so she naturally stayed behind. When she saw Lin Ling and the rest walking over slowly, she immediately thought that they were doing it on purpose. They were trying to take advantage of the situation. Shameless. When Longyang and the rest came closer, Xiao Ying couldn't help but curse. Longyang smiled faintly. Her words made Xiao Ying's face turn green and red, and she was incomparably furious. "Ha, you didn't seem to have attacked, did you? Then why are you shameless?" When they were in the valley, Longyang had to lower her head when she saw her. Now, however, she was fully fledged. Moreover, although she didn't attack, she was Goddess Yu Ying's maidservant. Her status was much higher than these minor gods. "Ha, are you trying to say that you're a subordinate of a certain arch? Please, you're just a maidservant. You're the only one in the world who has such a sense of superiority even as a maidservant." Longyang seemed to know what Xiao Ying was thinking, and she continued. She was feeling indignant for Lin Ling, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to speak, but she couldn't help it. "Longyang, you've got guts." Xiao Ying shouted angrily. "All right, let's cut the crap." However, there were also reprimanding voices coming from the front. Now that the enemy was present, who had the time to bother with these people's quarrels? Of course, they were also very unhappy with Lin Ling and the rest for taking their time. They were just early-stage mid-gods. Shouldn't they be the vanguard? How dare they let these famous ancient gods fight? They really don't know what's good for them. Ignore them. Go. At this moment, Elder Yellow Mountain, who had been silent, suddenly said. Beside him, a man leaped out, erupting with the strength of a superior god. His divine power was incomparably terrifying, and he even had the divine steps. "Great wilderness blood path." That man shouted angrily, and blood spurted out from his body, turning him into a blood man. He struck out with his palm, and an incomparably terrifying power erupted. The blood of the universe lizards in front of him flowed backward, and all of it flowed into his palm. What terrifying power! It's the innate ability of a divine fetus. The smiling Buddha and the others' expressions changed drastically. Bang bang bang. Seeing the man attack, the universe lizards also began to retreat. They knew how powerful this person was. Only the 3 lizard kings could fight against that man. "Want to leave? Blood space." However, that man shouted again. In the sky, countless rays of blood light appeared, enveloping the world. The blood pressure covered the sun and moon, and the stars in the sky shone. Pop pop pop. Even if they escaped behind the 3 lizard kings, the blood of the universe lizards still floated out and disappeared into the sky. Then, endless blood rain sprinkled down. The entire abyss had turned into a world of blood at this moment. It was incomparably terrifying. This is the combination of the innate ability of a divine fetus and the divine steps. If such a method lands on us, if we don't have powerful divine power to resist it, I'm afraid our divine blood will be sucked dry. Yeah, but he's a superior god. How can ordinary intermediate gods have enough divine power to resist him? Elder Yellow Mountain's subordinate is already so powerful. He's really a god. Emperor Donghua and the others discussed animatedly. Although they had long known that Elder Yellow Mountain was powerful, every time they saw him, they felt that he was unfathomable. What strength! Even Lei Gong and the others were pale. That old man is the most powerful. His strength is comparable to Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and the others. Lin Ling wasn't surprised at all and said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Lei Gong's pupils narrowed. Mu Ran also had a guess. Those who could compare to Emperor Shun and the others, only those few people he knew. Rumble. Chapter 4697. Beast. At this moment, a dignified voice drifted out. An ancient scythe appeared in Elder Yellow Mountain's hand. If you don't submit, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as the scythe appeared, the three-headed lizard king suddenly trembled all over. Then, it lay down, not daring to submit. I spared your life on account of your difficult cultivation. Now, hurry up and return. Elder Yellow Mountain said again. Then, he waved the scythe in his hand and lightly slashed the head of the three-headed lizard, leaving 3 marks. These 3 marks seemed to engrave the light of servitude. The three-headed lizard gradually shrank and lay on the ground, its ferocity completely gone. As expected of Elder Yellow Mountain. Seeing this, the gods all cheered. The reverence in their eyes came from the bottom of their hearts. That was because he didn't even need to make a move to make the three-headed lizard king submit with just a few words. What kind of divine might was that? What's that scythe? Lei Gong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. It's probably the first scythe of mankind. Because he invented the scythe and used it for all living beings in the world, that scythe is very powerful. Lin Ling guessed secretly. In fact, he knew that the scythe's level was not as high as Xingyi's Donghuang Bell. It was inferior to his Quafu Sunchasur boots. However, that scythe had been around for too long and was constantly tempered. Now, it was naturally not weak. Fellow Taoists, you really can't go any further. However, after the three-headed lizard was subdued, suddenly, 2 figures slowly walked out from the depths of the abyss. They were a man and a woman, wearing black and white clothes. Most importantly, with everyone's eyesight, they couldn't see through their cultivation. This is not a place where you can come. The man stared at everyone and said indifferently, "Who are you?" The laughing Buddha and the others were all shocked. They never thought that there would be someone here. Even Elder Yellow Mountain stared at the 2 people and frowned slightly. He couldn't see through their origins. We'll only say the same thing once. You really can't go any further. Just leave. The woman said indifferently, but her eyes were fixed on Elder Yellow Mountain. I know you're very strong, but compared to us, you're still a little weaker. If you take another step, you'll die. The woman looked very ordinary, like a village girl, but her words carried a supreme might. Who do you think you are? We came here with untold hardships, and you think we'll leave just because you say so? Although he couldn't see through the other party's strength, the other party might be deliberately mystic. Then you try, take another step forward. The woman's face was still calm. His words caused the god to hesitate. Although he wasn't afraid of these 2, he still had to be careful. True God, he san, why are you afraid of him? We have so many powerful gods here, and Elder Yellow Mountain is also here. Don't tell me that the 2 of them can do anything? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was Xiao Ying. At this moment, she looked at the 2 people coldly. She felt that the 2 of them were pretending to be mysterious. Hearing Xiao Ying's words, True God He-shan frowned. He felt that Xiao Ying's words weren't without reason. It was just one step. If he didn't dare to take another step, others would laugh at him. Bang. He immediately took a step forward and said indifferently, I've already walked out. What do you think? Rumble. Just as he finished speaking, a huge vortex appeared between the woman and the man. The vortex was condensed from gas, and it spun continuously, releasing a power that could control one's soul. A black and white light suddenly shone on true God Hishan's body. He couldn't block it, and all his methods were useless. Then, true God Hishan's body became illusory, as if he had become transparent. What happened? True God Hishan's face was full of anxiety, but in the end he gradually disappeared into the ground. Of course, before he died, he glared at Xiao Ying with resentment. It was because of Xiao Ying's words that he had acted so impulsively. Everyone gasped. What a powerful technique. They couldn't see through it at all. Who are these two people? Aren't their divine abilities too terrifying? Elder Huang Shan's expression was grave. He could see that the power from before wasn't the power of a god, nor was it the divine fetus, nor was it the divine staircase. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't see through it. This showed that the two people were extraordinary. For a moment, everyone was silent, and no one dared to move. Interesting. I think we've reached the end, Lin Ling said softly. Lin Ling, do you know who those two people are? Lei Gong asked in a low voice. He was scared out of his wits. He thought that the 5 thearchs were already very powerful, but who knew that the two people who had suddenly appeared were even more powerful? It seemed that his vision was too narrow after all. I'm not sure about their specific origins, but the techniques they used before were on par with my 2 divine abilities, Lin Ling said with a smile. The technique from before was a powerful divine ability on par with Pangu's cosmic 3 extremes break. It was a power that surpassed the divine staircase. The great Tao of the universe was as vast as smoke. It had gone through the primordial era, the ancient era, the gods, and the current era. The martial Tao had already undergone many changes and had spread. The current mainstream was the power of a god, the divine fetus, and the divine staircase. However, in the most ancient era, these methods might not have been the mainstream. It was just that those divine abilities had disappeared in the era, and not many people knew about them. Even Lin Ling was only able to obtain the 2 most ancient divine powers by chance. They were formed by the yin, the eye, and the horns. From another perspective, they were formed by the primordial Xian Qi of the universe. Naturally, they're not something we can fight against. Lin Ling said indifferently. If Guang Qingzi hadn't guided him, he wouldn't have been able to fight against these powerful existences. Primordial Xian Qi of the universe. Lei Gong, Long Yang, and the others all frowned. They were very puzzled. This is the spiritual qi that was born in the void of the universe. It is constantly transforming, and it is formed after several eras. Its strength can be said to be invincible, immortal, and indestructible. Except for the most ancient giant gods, no one can do anything to this Xian Qi. The primordial Xian Qi of the universe is divided into Yin and Yang Qi, which represent life and death. In the past, where the Yin Qi passed, thousands of worlds were plunged into misery and suffering. Where the Yang Qi passed, all living things were born. When the Yin Qi and Yang Qi combine, the Xian Qi will transform. Lin Ling explained slowly. Lei Gong and the others were confused. In the end, they only knew that these two people seemed to be very powerful. Now, is this the only way we can wait? Long Yang suddenly asked. In fact, this was the question Lei Gong and the others wanted to ask the most. After all, they followed along and naturally wanted to encounter some good opportunities. No, because the great Yin-Yang primordial mystery dragon is about to wake up. I'm also waiting for it to wake up. Lin Ling smiled faintly. It was as if he could see the end of the abyss. He was very familiar with the primordial Xian Qi of the universe. Sir, I wonder if we can talk. Chapter 4698. Damn it. If not for the fact that these two were so mysterious, the gods would have rushed forward and killed them all. Maybe they're just trying to be mysterious. We must let the weaker gods try again. Emperor Dong Hua looked at Lin Ling's group with a cold glint in his eyes. He obviously did not believe that there were such powerful existences, so he wanted Lin Ling's group to step on the landmines. You guys, come and try. When he thought up to this point, Imperial Lord Dong Hua said indifferently, take a step forward and take a look. If you do as I say, then I'll give each of you a treasure. The moment he said that, the laughing Buddha and the others looked at the people from the 10 orthodoxies. This was a good suggestion. If you take a step forward, I'll give each of you a great opportunity. At this time, Lin Ling's voice was heard, directly rejecting the offer. When he brought these people out of the miasma, each of them received the protection of a Tao realm cultivator. Not only were they not grateful, they even wanted Lin Ling to step on the landmines. Speaking of treasures, most of them were given to them by Lin Ling. What did you say? Imperial Lord Dong Hua frowned. The laughing Buddha and the others were also unhappy. Little Ying, on the other hand, was sneering. She did not expect this person to be so arrogant that he dared to oppose Emperor Dong Hua's words. Reckless fool. If we can't defeat these two, we'll have to return empty-handed. I'm only asking you to test it out. You actually dared to be so picky. Don't you think that with your strength, this is the only effect you can bring out? Xiao Ying said in a strange tone. Hearing this, Long Yang retorted sarcastically, Lin Ling brought everyone out of the abyss, but you didn't do anything and you're weak. Don't you think you should be the one doing something? Long Yang, what are you talking about? Little Ying was furious. I'm the great emperor's subordinate. Bullsh *T. A maid is a maid. Long Yang smiled disdainfully. All right, stop arguing. I think it's inappropriate to let Lei Gong, Lin Ling and the others test the waters. It's better to observe the situation for a while. At this time, Elder Huang Shan mediated for Lin Ling and the others. There's no need. The yin-yang couple doesn't even need us to do anything. They're dead for sure. Lin Ling suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Huang Shan's eyes lit up, but the others frowned. They had no idea what Lin Ling was talking about. At this moment, the sound of a strong gust of wind was heard. The sound was very loud and deafening. In the depths of the abyss, an ancient aura spread out. Before it appeared, a large number of rocks fell from the cliff. What happened? Everyone's expression changed greatly. As for the yin-yang man and woman, their pupils trembled violently. They looked at each other and wanted to flee. However, as soon as they took a step forward, a tentacle shot over and wrapped around them, binding them tightly. Oh no, he's awake. The yin-yang man and woman cried out anxiously. Swoosh! They could not resist. The tentacle stretched out and pulled them into the depths of the abyss. All of a sudden, there was silence. Boom, boom, boom. Only the sound of the wind was heard. At this moment, everyone swallowed their saliva, feeling that something big had happened. Could it be that that thing has woken up? Suddenly, Emperor Dong Hua's face lit up as he thought of a possibility. As soon as he said that, a huge shadow appeared in the depths of the abyss. The abyss was about 1,000 miles wide, but it was constantly being squeezed open as if the abyss could not accommodate that shadow at all. The entire abyss was also collapsing. Amidst the dust and rocks, the huge shadow became clearer and clearer. It was a monster. It had a whale-like head and a jet-black body. There was an endless beard under its huge mouth, and it looked extremely ancient. However, its body was covered in dragon scales, and its body was like a dragon's. It had black and white dragon claws, and the dragon claws were extremely thick. It slowly walked out. A pair of black and white eyes stared coldly at the crowd. Kacha! Kacha! Most importantly, the huge mouth was moving slightly, and one could vaguely see a leg. However, it was quickly swallowed back, as if the yin-yang man and woman had been swallowed up. What is that? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Despite their vast knowledge, this was the first time they had seen such a monster. Could it be that this is the great yin-yang primordial mystic dragon? Suddenly, the laughing Buddha let out an excited voice. It must be. Although it's no longer in the form of a dragon, the dragon whiskers I obtained from it are still moving. All of this means that this is the great yin-yang primordial mystic dragon. Emperor Dong Hua also laughed excitedly. They had searched for so long precisely for this great yin-yang primordial mystic dragon. This was because the great yin-yang primordial mystic dragon was formed from the universe's mystic chi. Its mystic chi was extremely precious. Back then, They had obtained a large amount of mystic chi from the great yin-yang primordial mystic dragon, and their cultivation had increased tremendously. It was a rare supplement. Has it finally appeared? But why is it so different from back then? However, the great mystic technique of the universe that I cultivate requires the yin-yang essence from it. Elder Huang Shan's eyes also lit up. He was different from the others. He valued the yin-yang essence more than the universe's mystic chi. Ah, old friend, long time no see. Do you still remember us? The laughing Buddha stared ahead and shouted lightly. Back then, they had joined forces to suppress this mystic chi. They had even suppressed it until it could not resist and kept begging for mercy. If not for the fact that they did not want to cut off the source of mystic chi and wanted to obtain mystic chi once every 1,000 years, they would have already suppressed this dragon to death. It was also because they had easily suppressed this dragon time and time again that they did not take it seriously at all. We are all old friends. Hand over a portion of your mystic chi obediently and we will spare your life. A god laughed. He was also one of the people who had participated in the 1,000-year promise back then. As for Goddess Yu Ying and the others, it was their first time here. They were so frightened by the huge figure that their faces turned pale. As for Lin Ling and the others, it was the same. Lei Gong frowned and said, "What a magnificent monster! The mouth of a whale and the body of a dragon. This must be a god formed by the universe." Long Yang nodded and said, "But from the looks of it, they don't seem to be afraid. They probably defeated this monster back then. And it should be more than once." Maha-orthodoxy said immediately, "It won't be so simple this time." However, Lin Ling shook his head lightly. Guang Qingzi had asked him to help. This meant that the Yellow Emperor could not deal with this dragon. Therefore, there would definitely be a good show to watch. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon whale-like monster roared loudly. Countless whiskers shot out from its mouth and intertwined with each other, sealing the entire abyss like a net. A large number of tentacles shot toward the god closest to it. Chapter 4699. He waved his hands non-stop, creating one after another barrier imprint after another. This was a seal that they had left in the primordial profound dragon's body when it was still weak. Everyone left one seal so that they could control the primordial mystery dragon in the future. But this time, it was obviously ineffective. The tentacles still shot out, entangling the god, and then piercing through the god's body like a spear. But at the critical moment, the Tao realm protection appeared on the god and took him away. What's going on? As the god was taken away, he shouted in shock. If not for the protection of the Tao realm, he would definitely have died. Everyone frowned, unable to believe their own eyes. However, the god from before had returned again. Obviously, he did not want to miss the treasure on the primordial mystery dragon. The primordial mystery dragon suddenly opened its mouth, and an ancient suction force was born, blowing towards the god. The god had just returned and was immediately sucked into the primordial mystery dragon's huge mouth. With a crack, the huge mouth closed and blood flowed out. The god was swallowed just like that. Most importantly, even the protection of the Tao realm did not appear this time. As she watched this scene, Xiaoying let out a sharp cry from behind. She was completely terrified. This beast, why is he not afraid of the seals? Everyone, seal him together. The laughing Buddha's face was gloomy, and he immediately shouted angrily. Everyone nodded and released their powerful strength, activating the seals left behind in the past. In fact, if not for these seals, they would have already retreated. After all, they could not do anything to the yin-yang couple, let alone this monster. However, the seals from back then gave them confidence. Seal. Everyone's seals were different, and they were also the strongest seals they had in their lives. Endless light shot into the sky, and divine talismans and treasures suppressed the monster, causing it to suddenly stop moving. Its mouth was open as if it was dead. We did it. When they saw this scene, everyone smiled, feeling incomparably happy. They did not seem surprised by this result. This dragon is much more powerful than before. Its Xian Qi is probably more dense. We got a great treasure this time. A god laughed and said, "Rumble." However, at this moment, the primordial black dragon, which had been motionless, suddenly opened its mouth wide. A terrifying suction force came, and it was as if the entire void was about to be sucked into its stomach. Kakaka. The abyss completely collapsed and was also sucked into its stomach. "Ah, I'm awake again. Everyone be careful." All the deities came to their senses, and panic filled their faces. Among them, a dozen gods couldn't react in time and were sucked into the dragon whale's mouth. With a cracking sound, a large amount of blood gushed out. They couldn't be more dead. Ineffective. Our seal is ineffective. Moreover, its attacks seemed to be able to ignore the protection of the Tao realm. What should we do now? The faces of the remaining gods were all pale as if they had encountered a great calamity of life and death. They raised their heads and looked around. Only then did they realize that the dragon whale's long whiskers had sealed the entire void, making it impossible for them to escape. "Puny humans, you will all die this time." Suddenly, an ancient voice sounded clearly in everyone's ears. "He can actually speak." Elder Yellow Mountain's expression became even more solemn. Back then, this dragon whale couldn't speak at all. Even if it had spiritual intelligence, it wasn't very high. "Looks like we can't avoid a big battle. I only hope that we can tear apart this space while the mystery dragon is careless and escape from here," Elder Yellow Mountain said with a frown. Even so, he was still reluctant to part with them. The other gods were the same. In the past, they had obtained great benefits from the mystery dragon. This time, they returned empty-handed. How could they not be willing to accept it? They didn't want to leave until the very last moment. They still believed that there was a way to seal the mystery dragon. However, Goddess Yu Ying, Xiao Ying, and the others were retreating. After all, it was their first time here. Long Yang and the others were the same. "Lin Ling, let's think of a way to leave." Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said, "The mystery dragon could ignore the protection of the Tao realm. This was too dangerous. If they were unlucky, they might all be wiped out here." "Yeah, Lin Ling, you have a way to leave, right?" Long Yang and the others from the 10 orthodoxies also said. They were only lesser deities. What could they do? "I'm here for it. How can I leave?" Lin Ling still stared at the mystery dragon and shook his head. Lei Gong and the others narrowed their eyes and were dumbfounded. Even a late-stage middle deity couldn't do anything to that monster. Where did Lin Ling get his confidence from? "Oh no, Goddess Yu Ying, be careful." At this moment, Emperor Dong Hua suddenly roared. Countless tentacles shot out and wrapped around Goddess Yu Ying. Endless dragon tentacles shot out. Goddess Yu Ying was intimidated by a powerful aura and could not resist. "My lady!" The gods beside Goddess Yu Ying shouted and used their techniques to stop those tentacles. However, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared and landed on those gods, sucking them into the mouth. Then, the mouth closed and blood gushed out. The mystical dragon seemed to know that Goddess Yu Ying had a powerful background. Therefore, it decided to create a diversion. Although it looked like it was attacking Goddess Yu Ying, it was, in fact, taking care of the late-stage mid-gods standing beside her. However, the tentacles still shot towards Goddess Yu Ying, trying to kill her. In fact, other than being swallowed, the tentacles alone could not kill anyone because the tentacles could not stop the protection of the Tao state. "Get over here!" Suddenly, Little Ying shouted with a ferocious expression. Her powerful divine energy was like a gust of wind, blowing towards the people from the 10 orthodoxies and pulling them out. She wanted to block the attack for Goddess Yu Ying. The 10 orthodoxies had more people. Ma Orthodoxy and the others were beside Lin Ling, while the others were closer to Little Ying. Moreover, their strength was not as strong as Little Ying, so they could not resist and were pulled over. "You're courting death!" Long Yang and Ma Orthodoxy shouted at the same time. "Beast, don't be so presumptuous." However, at this moment, a huge square cauldron fell from the sky and pressed down on the countless tentacles of the dragon whale. Moreover, an ancient energy was reflected and absorbed the celestial chi on the tentacles. "Ignore, ignore, attack." That person shouted again. He was Elder Huang Shan. At the critical moment, he saved the people from the 10 orthodoxies. Unfortunately, he did not see that at that time, Lin Ling already had a small bell in his hand. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by Elder Huang Shan. Boom! Almost at the same time, two figures soared into the sky and shone with divine light. Chapter 4700. Elder Yellow Mountain, let me help you. At this moment, Emperor Donghua and the others used all their means to seal the mystery dragon again. One powerful attack after another landed on the mystery dragon's body. The gigantic mystery dragon immediately trembled and finally stopped moving. Everyone was breathing heavily and their faces were filled with nervousness. Had they succeeded? Boom! However, before their excited thoughts could be realized, the mystery dragon opened its mouth wide and its whiskers danced wildly. A huge black hole appeared and endless xian qi gushed out. Under this gale, everything in the abyss turned into dust. Everyone's eyes were blinded by the wind and could not see anything clearly. They could only see a black and white light flashing. This was the essence of yin and yang. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a large number of meteorites crashing could be heard at the same time. After the gale blew over, everyone saw that the gods who attacked earlier were all heavily injured. Even Elder Yellow Mountain was no exception. It's over, it's over. The Jade Goddess knew that they were completely done for. Lei Gong, Long Yang, and the others were also pale. Even a superior god could not do anything. They were probably not even qualified to be cannon fodder. However, at this moment, Long Yang saw a figure walking out from beside her. This made Long Yang instinctively shout, "Lin Ling, what are you doing?" "Suppress it." Lin Ling smiled and looked at Long Yang. Although the conversation was not loud, everyone heard it because all the gods were silent at this moment. Their pupils trembled as they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with confusion, shock, disdain, and doubt. Even Elder Yellow Mountain was shocked. One had to know that they had already attacked the mystery dragon with all their might, but they still could not stop the mystery dragon's ferocity. This mystery dragon was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. However, an early-stage mid-god had volunteered to fight. Although Lei Gong Lin Ling could bring them into the abyss, no matter how powerful he was no match for the mystery dragon. "Lei Gong, what is Lin Ling doing?" Long Yang was dumbfounded, her face full of worry. She didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for Xian Long. "I don't know either." Lei Gong forced a smile and shook his head. He had the same thoughts as everyone else. However, he also felt that Lin Ling was no fool. If Lin Ling wasn't confident that he could defeat a high god, he wouldn't have dared to step out. "Sir, who are you?" Suddenly, an aged voice reverberated in everyone's ears. The Xian dragon spoke again. The great yin-yang primordial black dragon was formed from the primordial xian qi of the universe. It takes 500 years to become a horned dragon, 1,000 years to become a flood dragon, 30,000 years to become a rhesus dragon, 1,000,000 years to become a gold dragon, and 30 million years to become a xian dragon. Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop as he spoke calmly. Reaching the mystic realm in 30 million years. Elder Yellow Mountain's body trembled. He suddenly understood why they couldn't win. Perhaps, this great yin-yang primordial mystery dragon had already reached the level of the ancient mighty god. "Who are you?" The aged voice floated out again. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so familiar with it? Lin Ling calmly said, "Who I am is not important. I'll spare your life on account of your cultivation. You just need to hand over your mystic qi and yin-yang essence." Dream on. The huge mystery dragon's body trembled. The dragon whiskers under its huge mouth rushed toward Lin Ling like tentacles. Moreover, there were so many of them that it was even more terrifying than before. "Fellow Taoist Lin, be careful," Elder Yellow Mountain instinctively shouted. With Lin Ling's current strength, there was no way he could resist those dragon whiskers. "Lin Ling." In the distance, Long Yang also shouted. The worry on her face was even more intense. "Humph, what an idiot." Xiao Ying had a gloating expression on her face. Those dragon whiskers quickly wrapped around Lin Ling. There was no way out. Many people shook their heads. He's dead, he's dead. In the end, he could only be taken away by the protection of a Dao realm cultivator. Lin Ling was lucky that he wasn't swallowed by the dragon whale. Otherwise, even the protection of a Dao realm cultivator would be useless. I want to shatter my soul and shake it for millions of years. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly floated out. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried supreme divine power and fell clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone's pupils constricted as they stared at the endless dragon whiskers. Then, they saw the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Light flickered and shone in all directions. The endless dragon whiskers were incinerated as if they had encountered fire. Amidst the dazzling light, a figure holding a small bell slowly walked out. It was Lin Ling. What a powerful technique! What kind of treasure is this kid holding? He's so outstanding. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, disbelief, and panic. The mystery dragon was formed by the mystic chi of the universe. Even someone as strong as Elder Yellow Mountain couldn't do anything to it. However, a small early-stage mid-god was able to shake the mystery dragon. Luo 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 Soul Bell. When they looked at Elder Yellow Mountain again, his entire body trembled. He was so excited that he couldn't take care of himself. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. This was because he knew what it meant to have the fallen soul bell in his hand. Junior. At this moment, the dragon whale opened its huge mouth, and an endless suction force came, wanting to devour Lin Ling. Ding dang. However, Lin Ling shook the small bell in his hand, and an ancient power guarded his body and soul. Only Lin Ling knew that the dragon whale's suction and blowing force actually attacked the soul. That was why the people who had been devoured before couldn't be protected by their Dao realm experts. However, the fallen soul bell could protect his soul and prevent it from being damaged at all. Lin Ling held the small bell in his hand and walked towards the dragon whale step by step. It was as if he was stepping into the 9 heavens. There was nothing under his feet, but with every step he took, it was as if he had reached the top of the sky. He walked higher and higher. Who are you? The dragon whale let out a cry of shock. It didn't understand why its divine ability was ineffective. By the time it looked up, the young man from before had already arrived above its head. His blue robe was fluttering in the wind, dazzling like a shooting star. And this kind of grace also fell into the eyes of the crowd. All the gods looked up at Lin Ling. Even the superior gods were no exception. I'll give you one chance. If you don't surrender, don't blame me for being impolite. As if he was standing above the 9 heavens, Lin Ling looked down at the dragon whale. In his hand, a black and white sword appeared. Then he gently slashed. Swoosh. This battle seemed to cut the sky in half and tear the underworld apart. The indestructible Xian dragon was actually cut in half by the sword. Ferocious Xian Qi also exploded, filling the entire space. You can hurt me. At the same time, a panicked voice floated out. It came from the Xian dragon. At this moment, all the gods fell silent. Stepping into the 9 heavens, cutting down the Xian dragon with one sword. This scene was probably something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The second sword. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spoke again. I'll surrender, I'll surrender. Spare me, spare me. Endless Xian Qi once again merged into the Xian dragon. It lay on the ground, completely subdued. It didn't know who this blue-robed young man was, but with a small bell in one hand and a divine sword in the other, he was too powerful. Chapter 4701. I submit. I took your celestial chi. Do you submit? I submit. I took your yin-yang essence. Do you submit? Lin Ling asked for the 3rd time. I submit. I submit to all of you. The profound dragon lay on the ground as if it was begging for mercy. All right, I'll spare your life today. Lin Ling nodded. After he spoke, endless celestial chi and yin-yang essence floated over and hovered around Lin Ling. Lin Ling caught it with a jade bottle. Give it to him and some of their celestial chi. After Lin Ling kept the treasures, he pointed at Goddess Yu Ying, Elder Huang, and Longyang. Celestial chi was formed by heaven and earth. As long as one didn't die, it could be produced endlessly. The profound dragon gave up its celestial chi, but its strength was only weakened. If it cultivated for another 1,000 years, it could still recover to its original state. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. The profound dragon didn't dare to refuse. It released a few strands of celestial chi, which landed in the hands of Elder Huang and the others. Lin Ling looked at Elder Huang and thought of his promise to Guangchengzi. He waved his right hand and gave a small portion of yin-yang essence to Elder Huang. After that, Lin Ling said to the profound dragon, "All right, you can leave now." "Thank you, benefactor." "Thank you." The profound dragon began to dissipate, and the surroundings gradually returned to normal. Large rocks continued to fall from the sky. The abyss was no longer there, and the place had turned into ruins. The deities were silent, still reminiscing about the elegance of the sword. They didn't speak for a long time. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded. "Good, you actually have a way to subdue the profound dragon. Damn it, you only used it after so many people died. Now that you have so much celestial chi, hand it over." Xiao Ying pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. There weren't many people who had obtained primordial celestial chi, and Lin Ling was the one who had obtained the most. This made Xiao Ying unhappy. "Fellow cultivators, this person has a way to subdue the primordial profound dragon, but it doesn't mean that he's very powerful." Xiao Ying looked at Emperor Donghua and the others and said, "He's just a small deity. In terms of background, identity, and strength, can he compare to all of you?" His voice was sharp and harsh. "Xiao Ying, don't say any more." Goddess Yu Ying suddenly cursed. "Miss, I want to say that this person is nothing. If you didn't bring him here, he wouldn't have gotten anything. He is nothing." Xiao Ying still pointed at Lin Ling and said. However, the eyes of Imperial Monarch Donghua and the others burned with desire. Right, they hadn't obtained anything. The only chance left was the protection of the Dao realm. However, how could they be willing to accept this? Moreover, Ying was right. This Lei Gong Lin Ling had a way to suppress the primordial mystery dragon, but that did not mean he was stronger than them. Lei Gong Lin Ling. When they thought up to this point, Imperial Lord Donghua and the others spoke as well. Their expressions were overbearing. "All of you are so stupid." Lin Ling also looked at Emperor Donghua and the others. There was no panic in his expression. Cut the crap. You only have one choice now. Hand over your celestial chi and yin-yang essence, and we will let you go. Emperor Donghua sneered and said indifferently, "Otherwise." However, before he could finish, his eyes trembled violently. The primordial mystery dragon that had disappeared earlier had condensed again, turning into a huge dragon whale. It floated behind Lin Ling and looked at everyone with hostility. "Speak, why did you stop talking?" Lin Ling held the small bell in one hand and the divine sword in the other as he looked at everyone indifferently. No one dared to speak. Lin Ling's strength might not be as strong as theirs, but they had all seen how terrifying the primordial mystery dragon was. Silence. Complete silence. On the other hand, Lin Ling floated down and walked toward Xiao Ying, his expression incomparably cold. This also made Goddess Yu Ying's expression change. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. Suddenly, Xiao Ying felt an inexplicable sense of panic in her heart. But when she recalled the time when she had followed the great emperor, when he had been in charge of the divine world, she suddenly felt confident and a sense of superiority. "You, what are you trying to do?" Xiao Ying said coldly. "Slap." As soon as she said that, a slap came and landed on Xiao Ying's face. It was Lin Ling's attack. Previously, when Xiao Ying used the 10 orthodoxies as cannon fodder to stop primordial Elder Xian, he had already wanted to kill her. Comparing strength? A lower deity dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Ling spat out coldly. Thud thud thud. Xiao Ying retreated continuously, her face turning green and red. Slap. As soon as she retreated, Lin Ling followed closely behind and slapped her. Comparing status? When I wreaked havoc in Emperor Yao's territory, you were still reincarnating. Slap. Another slap sounded. Comparing background, when I was fighting the 3 divine sects of White Mountain, you had just reached the Tao realm. Slap. The last slap sounded. When Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and I were fighting with fire, you were still working on the miasma. When the slap landed, Xiao Ying's expression changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She had always thought that Lin Ling was a nameless god. However, Lin Ling said that he had fought against 2 human leaders alone. Emperor Yao, was someone more powerful than the Western Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity. You're lying. Xiao Ying's voice was a little flustered. She seemed to have lost her confidence. One person challenging 2 human leaders. Could it be that he's the thunder god Lin Ling who was the talk of the town? I've heard of this person. It can't be him. There are so many gods in the Tao realm. How can someone like him appear in front of us? The gods around narrowed their eyes. They had heard of this matter before. Who is he? Goddess Yu Ying's eyes kept flickering. She did not know why, but she was starting to believe this. Lying to you? You're just blind. Can you see that there's 5 emperors in front of you? Lin Ling shouted again, looking down at Xiao Ying. Fellow Taoist Lin, you have good eyesight. I thought that there were very few people who could see through my identity after so many years. I didn't expect that someone would finally recognize me. At this moment, Elder Yellow Mountain cupped his hands at Lin Ling and smiled. Then, he looked at Xiao Ying and the others and said, I'm one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Yellow. Originally, he did not want to reveal his identity. It was not that he wanted to hide anything, but it was a habit. Now that he took the initiative to reveal his identity, there was only one purpose, and that was to help Lin Ling. Emperor Yellow. The gods were even more shocked. They looked at Elder Yellow Mountain in disbelief. One of the 5 emperors was right beside them? The 5 oldest human leaders, whether it was the Western Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity or Emperor Donghua, were like children compared to him. No wonder Elder Yellow Mountain was so strong. However, the most shocking thing was that Elder Yellow Mountain actually bowed to Lei Gong Linling. This proved Lei Gong Linling's identity and seniority. Chapter 4702. Young Mistress. Young Mistress. Xiao Ying couldn't help but look at Goddess Yu Ying, asking for her help. Goddess Yu Ying knew that things were getting troublesome. She shook her head and said, This is your fault. You'll bear the consequences. When you return, I'll punish you severely. Young Mistress. She seemed to be reprimanding Xiao Ying, but she was actually telling Xiao Ying that she wouldn't die. She would just have to waste 1 Dao Realm protection. Even Dao Realm protection is useless against me. Young Mistress. However, just as she finished speaking, Lin Ling spoke coldly. Universe 3 extremes break. The cosmic ray appeared and brushed past Xiao Ying, freezing her in place. Her soul completely dissipated. Previously, Lin Ling had brought her through the miasma and obtained a chance for Dao Realm protection. At that time, Long Yang thought that Xiao Ying might use this chance to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all. Now, Long Yang also knew why Lin Ling didn't care. Ignore Dao Realm protection. Emperor Donghua and the other gods narrowed their eyes. In fact, at their level, they also had the ability to ignore Dao Realm protection. However, the premise of that ability was to first restrain the opponent and then slowly break through. After all, Dao Realm protection would appear as soon as it sensed danger. Only by slowly nibbling away could one escape from Dao Realm protection. For example, soul power quietly released imprints and so on. However, Lin Ling's methods were swift and decisive, instantly killing Xiao Ying. This was something they didn't have. Now, do you still want Xianqi? Ignoring the dead Xiao Ying, Lin Ling looked at Emperor Donghua and the others again. Emperor Donghua and the others were silent. They couldn't take Xianqi. Since you don't want it, then forget it. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Lin Ling nodded and said, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to kill yourselves. If you're still alive after 3 breaths, the primordial mystic dragon will do it. Lei Gong Linling, we don't want your Xianqi anymore. We'll mind our own business. Must you force us to death? Imperial Lord Donghua's expression turned cold. He clenched his fists and was about to flare up. However, he glanced at Elder Huang Shan and held himself back in the end. Previously, Elder Yellow Mountain had taken the initiative to speak up for Lin Ling. This meant that Elder Yellow Mountain was also helping Lin Ling. Mind our own business? You guys have obtained the protection of the Dao realm from me once. If you don't return it, how can we be staying out of each other's business? Lin Ling said indifferently. All right, we'll meet again. Time is long, we'll meet again. Emperor Dong Hua suddenly gritted his teeth and took a deep look at Lin Ling. Then he committed suicide and left this place under the protection of the Dao realm. He clearly remembered today's events in his heart. It was the same for the other gods. They left one after another, but before they left, they cast a glance at Lin Ling. This was because they had returned empty-handed from the 1,000-year promise. Let's go! Lin Ling didn't even look at them and left with Lei Gong and the others. Putting aside the fact that the Dao realm was so big, whether these people could find him or not, even if they could, Lin Ling would have already become a mid-stage mid-god by then. Why would he be afraid of them? Fellow Taoist Lin, wait for me. Elder Yellow Mountain followed closely behind. As for Goddess Yu Ying, she was all alone now. She sighed inwardly. She wanted to be angry with Lin Ling, but she couldn't. After all, she had also obtained Xian Qi. And now, the people she had brought with her were all wiped out. Especially Xiaoying. She was her confidant, her sister. However, she had died in the end without even a chance to be resurrected. Sigh, perhaps this is fate. After sighing secretly, Goddess Yu Ying finally let go of this matter. After all, she had seen clearly that Xiaoying had offended Lin Ling first. She couldn't blame anyone for her death. Fellow Taoist Lin, what you had previously, Elder Yellow Mountain followed Lin Ling because he was naturally curious about treasures like the fallen soul bell. Hehe, Yellow Emperor, you should have guessed whose treasure it is, so I won't say any more. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Boom. Elder Yellow Mountain's heart exploded. It was his master, Guangqingzi. One had to know that in ancient times, his master was punished by the laws of the universe and disappeared between heaven and earth. It was said that he was imprisoned in the most ancient and powerful prison in the universe. Over the years, Elder Yellow Mountain had searched for him many times, but to no avail. Even after the great calamity of the world's will and the collapse of the heavenly Tao, he still couldn't find that prison. But now, this mysterious young man had his master's treasure. Could this young man be the mysterious prison master? It was said that those who could become the prison master all had extraordinary origins. No matter how powerful the giant gods in the prison were, no giant gods in the prison could be compared to the prison master. Is my master doing well? The Yellow Emperor smiled and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. He's doing fine. The third supremacy is probably the most comfortable person in the prison. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. That's good. The Yellow Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Sir, I wonder if you can let me meet my master? Your master said that he doesn't want to see you for the time being. He just asked me to help you this time. Cultivate well. Lin Ling said indifferently. Master is right. The Yellow Emperor's eyes flickered with disappointment, but he didn't dare to disobey his master's orders. The two of them talked quietly, but the people behind them were shocked. The people who followed the Yellow Emperor had cold expressions, but their pupils trembled fiercely. They had followed the Yellow Emperor for many years and knew his status in the Dao realm. Almost no one dared to not give him face or provoke him directly. In the entire Dao realm, excluding those at the Dao Tower, there were no more than 10 people who were qualified to fight the Yellow Emperor. But now, such an ancient god was actually so polite to this young man. It was unbelievable. Goddess Yu Ying was also surprised. If even the Yellow Emperor was so polite to this young man, what else could her father do? Previously, she didn't want to pursue the matter with Lin Ling. Now, it seemed that it was the right decision. Mr. Lin, if I want to find you, where can I find you? Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, the Yellow Emperor hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to Lin Ling. His master was related to Lin Ling, and he had to ask his master for help when he encountered a problem in cultivation. Therefore, he was afraid that Lin Ling would disappear without a trace. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then told him where Yu Yu and the others were. Then, everyone bid farewell and left. Lei Gong Lin Ling, little Ying's matter was due to my lack of discipline. I hope you won't take it to heart. Before Goddess Yu Ying left, she also cupped her hands and bowed to Lin Ling. If she was a little hesitant before, after seeing the Yellow Emperor's attitude, she immediately knew that this Lei Gong Lin Ling could not be provoked. It's okay, it's all in the past. Lin Ling smiled casually. He naturally knew that the one who could change Goddess Yu Ying was not the primordial mystery dragon, but the Yellow Emperor. Chapter 4703. Seeing Lin Ling's nonchalant attitude, Goddess Yu Ying forced a smile and also took her leave. However, she knew that Lin Ling did not care about her at all. However, this was not what she wanted. How could she miss out on someone who even the Yellow Emperor wanted to curry favor with? Lin Ling. At this time, Long Yang and the others walked over and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Although it was their first time leaving the valley, they knew what the 5 emperors represented and how powerful those people were. However, such a powerful figure was also trying to curry favor with Lin Ling. It made them feel like they could not see through Lin Ling. Was this really the same Lin Ling who walked out of the void of the 9 states with them? Go back. You guys go to Yu Yu first. There are more powerful cultivators there and it'll be safer for you to cultivate. Moreover, they know how to get Tao realm fragments so you guys can get more of them. Lin Ling did not say much. Instead, he reminded them. You're not going back with us? Long Yang frowned. I can't go back for now. Lin Ling looked into the distance with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. Seeing Lin Ling like this, Long Yang did not try to persuade him anymore. She left with the 10 orthodoxies while Lei Gong and Lin Ling ran to Ningqingxin. Time is running out, but we should still be able to make it. Lin Ling said calmly. He did not know much about Ningqingxin. He only knew that she was a true deity who pursued the great Tao. Even though Lin Ling had seen many different kinds of people in his life, he rarely saw a deity who was as pure as Ningqingxin. Lin Ling was determined to save her based on her stubbornness and perseverance. Now that we have the yin-yang essence, you said that we can save her after exchanging some treasures. So, we should still be able to make it. The two of them ran at full speed. Before long, a huge volcano appeared in the distance. Senior. The Shu Lin sword immortal saw Lin Ling and his companion from afar and shouted. Lin Ling and the other man landed. They didn't waste any time and went straight to Ningqingxin. Under a huge volcanic rock, a large amount of enchantments scattered out. An old woman was lying in the middle of the huge rock. This old woman's face was filled with the aura of death, as if she had been abandoned by time. This was also a sign that one's lifespan was nearing its end. The so-called gods seemed to have the same lifespan as the heavens and earth, but in reality, that was only relative. They would also die of old age and dissipate from the world. This so-called longevity of heaven and earth was actually referring to which side of the heavens and which side of the earth. For example, the rainforest sacred ground that Lin Ling was in was only a realm. It had the same lifespan as the rainforest sacred ground, but it didn't mean that it would never die. After all, the rainforest sacred ground would be destroyed one day. Only by having the same lifespan as the universe, or even surpassing the universe, could one truly be considered eternal and undying, having the same lifespan as the heavens and earth. Lin Ling looked at Ningqingxin quietly. He didn't know why, but his heart was screaming. At this moment, the pure woman he met at the peak of the high-tier Buddhist Dharma mountain had quietly merged with this old woman. The woman who had bitterly pursued the great Tao didn't have a good ending. The heavens were playing tricks on her. In the end, she would die of old age in front of Lin Ling. This heavens, this earth, this universe, this void, everything is governed by the laws. I, Lin Ling, have practiced martial arts for my entire life and have seen too many laws. All living beings, no matter how strong they are, no matter if they are emperors or gods, they can't escape the laws of the universe. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His words made Lei Gong's heart tremble. That's right. Martial artists used martial arts to become gods. They seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and earth, but all of this was still bound by the laws of the universe. No matter how powerful a god was, they would still die when they encountered the will of the world. No matter how powerful a god emperor was, they would still die when they encountered the laws of the universe that exhausted their lifespan. Only when the true calamity arrived would they know how weak they were. "Lin Ling, make your move," Lei Gong said to Lin Ling. He could sense the unwillingness in Lin Ling's heart. It was an unyielding will. Lin Ling nodded. The yin-yang essence appeared in his hand. Next, he exchanged it for a large number of treasures in the heavenly realm and scattered them around Ningqingxin. Barriers were set up by him, forming the most ancient power of heaven and earth, nourishing Ningqingxin's body. This was reclaiming life and reversing yin and yang. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and continued to control the divine barriers. Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword immortal sat nervously at the side. They knew that Lin Ling's technique now was a magical power that only ancient gods had the ability to use. Reversing lifespan was also against the laws of the universe. The caster would be punished by the heavens. However, the powerful ancient gods were not afraid of the heavens. They could save whoever they wanted. However, Lin Ling was only an early-stage middle deity. Ningqingxin's cultivation was even higher than his. Therefore, it would not be easy to save Ningqingxin. Why is she still so old? As time passed, Lin Ling frowned. He found that Ningqingxin still looked like an old woman. The endless vitality and yin and yang energy did not increase her lifespan at all. Why is this happening? Lin Ling's face darkened. Saving Ningqingxin was his obsession. If he could not save Ningqingxin, it meant that the laws of the universe bound Lin Ling. He, Lin Ling, could not fight against the world's will. Senior. He entered the square prison and asked for help from the Third Supremacy. This woman has been recorded by the underworld into the underworld pagoda 3 months ago. Otherwise, with the method I taught you, you would have been able to save her. Guang Qingzi counted with his fingers and said, "Lei Gong Lin Ling, did you offend the people of the underworld?" The underworld? Lin Ling's heart exploded. Of course, he had offended the people of the underworld and fought against the god of the underworld. Seeing Lin Ling's expression, Guang Qingzi immediately guessed. There are 18 nether pagodas in the netherworld, each of which records the lives of thousands of creatures in the universe and even the lifespan of the gods. Just like the investiture of the gods in the god world, even the god of the underworld and other giant gods can't change it at will. Although the god of the underworld pagoda has recorded her lifespan, generally speaking, if we work harder, there is still a chance to save her lifespan. However, if the god of the underworld intervenes, then everything is hard to say. After all, according to the laws of the universe, that woman's lifespan is indeed exhausted. The god of the underworld. Lin Ling completely understood who was behind this. Guang Qingzi, is there no other way? Lin Ling asked again. Guang Qingzi shook his head. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of the universe. Gods are no exception. Otherwise, how could the ancient gods have died? After a long time, Lin Ling left the square prison quietly. Although he was no longer a weakling, compared to the laws of the universe and several eras, he was still weak. I, Lin Ling, have pursued the peak of martial arts all my life. I have never lost. This time, there must be a way. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and returned to Ningqingxin's side to tell Lei Gong and the others about this. Uncle Lin, am I going to die? Even if he wanted to walk around, he had to have Lin Ling by his side at all times, relying on formations and treasures to stay alive. Who said so, little Ning? You won't die. Lin Ling helped Ningqingxin walk around. The area around the volcano had been decorated by Lin Ling and the others. It was like a garden. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Ningqingxin smiled. She was very obedient. Although she didn't believe Lin Ling's words, she didn't lose her temper. Little Ning. Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword immortal returned from the sky. They had returned from the distant god meteor fall void. Now that Lei Gong's strength had increased greatly, He was also a little famous in the nearby area. Even the Shu Lin Sword Immortal's strength had increased a lot after following Lei Gong. Moreover, he had started to kill. The eternal path in his heart was still hidden in his heart. However, Buddha was not unkillable. Ning Qingxin. The Shu Lin Sword Immortal first smiled at Ning Qingxin. Then he bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Now, he treated Lin Ling as a senior. Shu Lin Sword Immortal, how is the god meteor fall void? Lin Ling nodded and asked. During this period of time, there are fewer and fewer spider evil gods in that void. They have all been killed. Therefore, more and more gods have passed through the void and come to our side. The Shu Lin Sword Immortal said. The reason why he started to kill was because of the spider evil god. If it weren't for the spider evil god, Ning Qingxin would not have ended up like this. Of course, there was also Emperor Yao. More and more people are coming? Little Ning needs to cultivate for this period of time. Don't let others disturb her. Lin Ling said. Okay. The Shu Lin Sword Immortal nodded. Deep in his eyes, a strong murderous intent quietly flashed. Whoever dared to disturb her would be killed without mercy. This was also what Lin Ling had asked him to do. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed quietly. My hair is getting less and less. Ning Qingxin sat under the volcanic rock. The rich vitality nourished her body. However, she looked at the few strands of white hair in her hand and her face darkened. After her spiritual wisdom was restored, the world she had been in was this area. She wanted to go further to see the world. She wanted to see the bright starry sky. She also wanted to see the blue sea. She also wanted to see the endless fields. However, all these were wishful thinking. Little Ning. At this time, Lin Ling walked over. When he saw Ning Qingxin holding her hair, his heart sank inexplicably. Uncle Lin. Ning Qingxin immediately hid the few strands of hair behind her back and smiled. She did not want Lin Ling to see her sad face. Uncle Lin, thank you. Why don't you go? You've wasted too much time on me. This makes me very sad. I know that Uncle Lin, onto you, and many others are waiting for you to go back. Ning Qingxin said to Lin Ling. The happiest thing in her life was listening to Lin Ling's stories. Therefore, she also knew about Yu and the others. She also knew that Lin Ling had been through a lot in his life. In the past, she was curious about Lin Ling. She wanted to know about this cold man's life. However, by the time she found out, she was not far from death. Lin Ling saw that the death aura on Ning Qingxin's body was very strong. There was also an indescribable power. It was like the power of the underworld, like the power of the universe. This made him secretly clench his fists. Auntie Yu and the others also know about your situation, so they asked me to accompany you. Lin Ling said with a smile. Oh. Ning Qingxin nodded lightly, but she felt even more guilty in the depths of her heart. She knew that she was a shackle, a burden. If she died, Lin Ling and the others would leave instead of accompanying her, a half-dead person, every day. The two of them talked for a while more. Lin Ling left, but he could sense Ning Qingxin's inner thoughts. At this moment, Ning Qingxin seemed to want to kill herself. Is it really impossible to resist the heavens? Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the sky calmly. Deep in his eyes, a burning flame was burning. Boom! On this day, in the sky above the volcano, a huge bronze door appeared quietly. It was as if it could suppress the world. This bronze door could not be detected by others at all. The only people who could detect it were Ning Qingxin and Lin Ling. Because this was the door of life and death in the underworld. When the door of life and death in the underworld appeared, even the protection of the Tao realm was useless. This was because this was the supreme law of the universe. Chapter 4705. Uncle Lin, I'm leaving. I once heard you say that I chased after you because I wanted to ask you a question. But now, I know the answer. Perhaps everything is destined. If you want to get the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, you have to enter the sea of suffering. Sigh. Ning Qingxin raised her wrinkled face and smiled at Lin Ling as if she knew that her time was up. In the distance, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin Sword Immortal did not see the bronze gate, but they could feel the pressure. Because when a god's lifespan was exhausted, it gave people a different feeling. Perhaps, this was the first time they saw a god die of old age. It was common for mortals to die of old age, but it was common for gods to die of old age. After all, most gods died in battle. They could not help but look at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was silent, and his face was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, a voice came into Lin Ling's ears. "Break it, and there's still a chance of survival." The voice came from the square prison. Although he did not know who was talking, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. "Little Ning, the real Mahayana Buddhist Dharma is to break all things because even Buddhas are in danger. Only by breaking the shackles can you become a Buddha." Sigh. Terrifying battle intent boiled in Lin Ling's body. The blood sword behind him floated out and pointed at the underworld. He wanted to fight. No matter what the result was, he wanted to fight with all his might. He had never been helpless in his life. The bronze gate slowly opened, and a huge amount of underworld chi spread out like a dense fog. However, this powerful force could not be detected by ordinary people. This was the steps of God. After the bronze gate opened, a pair of cold and emotionless eyes appeared first. These eyes were very ancient, as if they had seen through the ages. They were the laws created by the oldest god in the universe. Then, an ancient white bone tower appeared, supported by a hairy arm. The eyes swept across the ground, ignoring Lin Ling, Lei Gong and the others, and landed on Ning Qingxin. The big hand immediately grabbed at Ning Qingxin. "As long as I'm here, no one can take Xiao Ning away." Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ground cracked open layer by layer. The volcano in the distance directly exploded. He held the tyrannical song sword in his hand and slashed at the sky. Third stage talent fusion. The gray-robed Lin Ling had appeared. Rumble. A slash that contained the terrifying power of God slashed out crazily. However, that big hand didn't care about Lin Ling at all and continued to grab Ning Qingxin. That slash hit nothing but air. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He looked at the giant palm that passed by him. The sword in his hand was as hot as fire, and its killing intent was as vast as the sea. Steps of death. The rolling sea of blood turned into a sword and fell from the sky. At this moment, the huge palm was very close to Ning Qingxin, but suddenly, a sword slashed at it. Rumble. The crazy sword slash actually split the arm into two, and an endless amount of nether energy poured out. Obviously, only the steps of the gods could resist the power of the netherworld. "You can't take her away." Floating in the sky, Lin Ling looked up at the bronze door in the sky. His expression was as cold as ice. Inside the bronze door, the ancient eyes still ignored Lin Ling. Another big hand grabbed at him fiercely. This big hand was obviously different. It was bigger and more majestic. 5 fingers down, one hand covering the sky. Rumble. Before it landed, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin Sword Immortal both spat out blood. Their faces were gray as if the nether energy had invaded their bodies. Rumble. Looking at the land of the volcano again, the land that was originally full of vitality had now turned into a dull gray color, and the entire land continued to sink. At the bottom of the palm, Ning Qingxin sat there weakly as if she could be taken away at any time. Clang. The huge blood sword slashed, but when it landed on the arm, a terrifying force came back. Lin Ling spat out blood, and the tyrannical song sword also fell out of his hand. It was too powerful, as if it was the power of the entire netherworld. Still far from it. Ignoring the injury, Lin Ling's voice was as low as thunder. He shot to the ground and appeared in front of the slowly grabbing hand. And below him was Ning Qingxin. Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling roared and turned into an ancient giant. His palm slashed at the big hand in the sky. Rumble. The all-conquering palm tore the big hand apart again. Lin Ling's Pangu attack reached the sky and slashed on the bronze door. However, the all-conquering attack met its match at this moment. The bronze door swayed a little, but it was still intact. This sky-splitting slash had only cut off the hand of the netherworld. Still a little short. Lin Ling's expression was full of murderous intent. His eyes were so firm and so fearless. Heaven wanted to destroy Ning Qingxin, but he wanted to save her. The worlds will wanted to destroy the world, but he wanted to stop it. There was nothing that could not be broken. Lin Ling. In the distance, looking at Lin Ling, who was standing on the ground like a giant, Lei Gong's eyes were wet. Was this Lin Ling's heart of martial arts? Even if there was no hope or success, Lin Ling would never give up. He has never lost without a fight in his life. Lei Gong mumbled to himself. Even if he was going to lose, he would fight until the world was turned upside down. Rumble. At this moment, the bronze door made a loud noise. The emotionless eyes finally looked at Lin Ling. However, there was still no change in emotion. In the sky, a huge netherworld pagoda fell toward Ning Qingxin. This pagoda was obviously more powerful than the hand of the netherworld. Rumble. After the pagoda fell, the volcanic area shattered. All the rocks and the ground floated in the void. A terrifying shockwave erupted. The void of God meteor in the distance rippled like water. Still a little short. Under the netherworld pagoda, Lin Ling raised his hands to the sky and supported the netherworld pagoda. A ferocious force suppressed his body, causing his bones and blood to spurt out in all directions. Earth-splitting slash. Lin Ling roared to the sky. His heavily injured body grew infinitely. He turned into a pangu and split the sky and earth. Rumble. The huge netherworld pagoda was pushed up by Lin Ling. This made Lei Gong and the others happy. Although they could not see the bronze door, they could see the terrifying netherworld pagoda. However, they did not expect Lin Ling to be able to resist the netherworld pagoda. However, their joy did not last long. This was because they saw Lin Ling spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Especially Lei Gong. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling so severely injured. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had experienced such injuries countless times in his life. What was there to be afraid of? Step of wisdom. Lin Ling spat out a cold voice as his soul force exploded out. Rumble. The huge netherworld pagoda suddenly shook. The white bones on the surface began to move. Many ferocious faces appeared. It was as if the netherworld pagoda was afraid of the step of wisdom. 3 Extreme Universe / Demon / Lin Ling roared again. Countless cosmic rays shot out from his body and cut through the sky. Chapter 4706. External Incarnation. Lin Ling went all out and split into 3,000 clones. All of them rushed into the sky and attacked the dark pagoda like a storm. The entire sky seemed to be exploding, and the Tao realm seemed to be shaking. The violent explosions made Ning Qingxin look up. She kept shaking her head. Uncle Lin, give it up, give it up. She couldn't bear to see Lin Ling risking his life for her. Lin Ling. Lei Gong and the others looked at the crazy Lin Ling and clenched their fists tightly. Boom. Finally, there was a deafening explosion. Countless netherworld lightning, netherworld flames, and netherworld rain were shot out. The dark pagoda started to dissipate. When he looked at the 3,000 Lin Lings standing in the air, his eyes were burning hot and his breathing was heavy. This time, he had gone all out and unleashed all of his strength. Dark pagoda, slay immortals and gods. However, at this moment, the bronze gate moved slightly. From the gate, an even smaller dark pagoda flew out. Once this pagoda appeared, heaven and earth shook. Not to mention Lin Ling and the others, even the gods thousands of miles away found it difficult to breathe. It was as if there was a force that wasn't afraid of the Tao realm's protection and could bring them into the netherworld at any time. So scary! Everyone was scared and fled. Looking at the god meteorite void, countless meteorites exploded. The spider evil god, who was hiding in the dark, was shivering and fleeing into the distance. Can't the heavens be resisted? Lin Ling looked at the smaller dark pagoda. His pupils were trembling, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. He was like a demon, like the will of the world. At this moment he was lost and dispirited. He had been practicing martial arts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom since he was young and grew up in the ancient Yen sect. He had been through countless storms, crossed countless mountains, and killed countless gods and demons. No matter when, he had never been dispirited. Even if he had been hurt, even if he had been defeated, he could still stand up. But this time, for the first time, he felt that he couldn't resist. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't win. If the heavens wanted to destroy him, he couldn't resist. If the sky wanted to rain, he could not extinguish it. If the heavens wanted to blow, he couldn't stop it. There was nothing he could do to change anything. Rumble. The smaller netherworld pagoda slowly floated down. It wasn't fast, but the lightning from the netherworld turned into chains that shot out in all directions like sea urchins. This pagoda was clearly more terrifying than the previous pagoda. An ancient energy surged over, and Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't even approach the nether pagoda. Uncle Lin, that's enough. Little Ning has had enough in this life. It was heaven's will that we met on the path of superior Buddhism. Now that little Ning is dead, it is also heaven's will. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Perhaps this is the answer I seek on the path of superior Buddhism. On the ground, Ning Qingxin quietly restored her former appearance. She was still so pure and aloof from worldly affairs. This was the final radiance of the setting sun. In her mind, the bits and pieces of her contact with Lin Ling flooded into her mind, all the way until her soul recovered and turned into a girl. She remembered that Lin Ling accompanied her every day in this place, telling her glorious stories of the past. She also remembered that in order to save her, Lin Ling gave up the chance to leave and went against heaven. But heaven's will couldn't be defied. Rumble. The nether pagoda shrouded Ning Qingxin's head, trying to seize her last chance of survival. Bang. But at this moment, an arm appeared and suddenly grabbed the edge of the nether pagoda. A man appeared and stood quietly beside Ning Qingxin. It was Lin Ling. I don't know what heaven's will is. I only know that I want to save you. Lin Ling shouted. His previous decadence disappeared, and his eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. That's right. He couldn't fight against the universe. He couldn't fight against the world's will. But he was still on the path of advancement. Lin Ling had never been an invincible existence in his life. He had enemies he couldn't defeat, but he believed that as long as he tried, he would have no regrets. Exchange for me. Lin Ling roared to the sky. All the Tao realm shards were exchanged for a large number of treasures. The Tao realm appeared, and countless treasures flashed. Lin Ling didn't have the time to see what these treasures were. He didn't even have the time to enter the Tao realm. He was just trying his best. Kakaka. The arm that grabbed the nether pagoda was now even stronger. Countless treasures piled up, causing Lin Ling's 7 dantians to rumble. His divine essence was surging. His divine essence was also surging. The physical strength and soul power that he had consumed previously were also rapidly recovering. 3rd stage. Sword come. Heaven splitting slash. Earth splitting slash. Universe tripod slash. Lin Ling's eyes were burning as he roared. Waves of terrifying power were activated by him, and the entire sky seemed to be broken by him. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive explosions sounded, and the entire void shattered. Even if a powerful late-stage mid-god was here, facing such power, he would be filled with hatred in the underworld. A huge explosion that couldn't be seen with the naked eye appeared, as if it was the end of the world. Lin Ling was still holding the nether pagoda in the midst of the explosion, and the nether pagoda was also trembling. Looking at the sky again, the pair of eyes behind the bronze door was still cold and emotionless, but they were also staring at Lin Ling. Boom. In the end, this great explosion erupted, and the light even reached the other side of the great Buddhist kingdom and reached the other shore. What kind of god is fighting? Such ferocious power. It's probably a higher god fighting. I didn't expect there to be a higher god here. Let's stay away. A higher god can destroy heaven and earth. If we're not careful, even a Tao realm expert won't be able to protect us. On the continent of the great Buddha kingdom, Countless gods were trembling with fear as they looked at the dazzling light in the distance. The light had pierced through the void. This showed how terrifying the battle in the gods' fall void was. Rumble. The power of the apocalyptic explosion shook all directions. Lei Gong and the Shulin sword immortal had already hidden far away, their eyes trembling. Had Lin Ling succeeded? Impossible. Suddenly, Lei Gong gritted his teeth. In the distant sky, Lin Ling was still standing there, holding the nether pagoda in his hand. The nether pagoda was trembling, but under Lin Ling's full strength, it still didn't break. Too strong. Simply invincible. Nether pagoda, slay immortals and gods. A voice drifted out from the bronze door, like the words of a god. Suddenly, lightning blades appeared around the nether pagoda and slashed Lin Ling's head. Bang! Blood spurted out, and a head fell to the ground. It was Lin Ling's head, and Lin Ling was still standing like a giant, but he had been beheaded by the nether pagoda. His head was separated from his body. Lei Gong sighed softly, his heart filled with complicated feelings. He's not dead yet? Suddenly, the Shulin sword immortal pointed to the distance in shock. Lin Ling slowly bent down and actually picked up the severed head. Then he gently placed it on his neck. At this moment, divine light shone, and the light was boundless. Chapter 4707. The dark pagoda was now less than a meter away from Ning Qingxin. Ning Qingxin looked at the giant Lin Ling beside her. Her heart felt like it was about to crack. She could see that Lin Ling could not go against the underworld's laws at all. But she did not understand why Lin Ling was so persistent. Even though his head was broken and blood was flowing, he still did not give up. Unfortunately, she did not know that Lin Ling had already entered a mysterious state. He was like a killing machine, but also like a body without consciousness. The only thing he could do was to save Ning Qingxin with all his might. The man and the pagoda were locked in a stalemate. Time seemed to have stopped. Enough! At that moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out from Lin Ling's body. Then he stepped into the sky. Boom! With one strike, the bronze door shook. Boom! With the second strike, the bronze door cracked. A huge figure, holding a giant rod, calmly looked into the eyes of the bronze door. The heavens are indeed undefeatable. But man can conquer the heavens. The figure's voice was earth-shattering. Do you also want to defy the heavens? You must know that one day, you will also die of old age. At that time, perhaps you will lose your entire life's cultivation. An ancient voice came from the bronze door. Get lost. The figure held the giant rod and smashed it violently at the bronze door. Boom! The bronze door completely exploded, turning into fragments of the underworld, scattering in the void. A gust of wind blew past, sparkling and beautiful. Bang! At the same time, the dark pagoda in Lin Ling's hand also shattered. Everything disappeared as if it had never been there. This made Lin Ling look up at the sky coldly. In the sky, the huge figure also looked down at Lin Ling. The two gazes seemed to have passed through countless eras and collided heavily. You wasted so much of your lifespan to save her. Was it worth it? After watching quietly for a while, the mysterious figure finally spoke. He knew very well that when Lin Ling was crazily smashing the bronze door, he was also wasting his lifespan. This really surprised him. Which ordinary person would be so foolish as to dare go against the netherworld? Worth it. Lin Ling's answer was simple. She will still be taken away by the underworld, but she will be reincarnated. The mysterious figure spoke again. According to the laws of the universe, Ning Qingxin's lifespan was exhausted, and she was recorded in the dark pagoda. Once she was recorded in the dark pagoda, it meant that her past life and future were over. There was no possibility of reincarnation. However, when the bronze gate was broken, the rules and restrictions were also broken. Therefore, although Ning Qingxin looked like she was about to die, she wasn't completely dead. She was reincarnated. Is it really impossible to resist the heavens? Lin Ling raised his head, seemingly puzzled. No, you've already broken the great nomological laws of the universe. Although you haven't completely succeeded, you've at least succeeded halfway. The figure said indifferently, the price is that 90% of your lifespan will be used up. Worth it? Lin Ling cracked a smile. Once he had decided on something, he would fight to the end. He didn't care about the consequences. At least it proved that he could go against the heavens and defy the great nomological laws of the universe. Shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly asked, "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important. Now, you have to leave with me and go against the great nomological laws of the universe again," the mysterious figure said. But Lin Ling frowned. "Because if you die, you'll be complying with the laws, and I'll also defy the heavens." The figure suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. "The heavens are also restricting me and setting the path of my life. It seems to be for my own good, but it's not the path I want to take. Even if I choose the path of death, it's my own will. I don't need them to decide the path of my life for me, because it's not the path I want to take. It's the path I want to take. Who are you?" Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he asked again. "Let's go." The figure didn't answer Lin Ling. He waved his hand, and a powerful force enveloped Lin Ling's body. Then he disappeared into the void. Third supremacy. At the same time, a faintly discernible voice quietly floated out. Everything began to return to normal. However, this continent had been completely destroyed and turned into a part of the fallen god void. No one knew that thousands of years later, among the gods of this era, the legend of Lin Ling would spread here. Lin Ling. At this time, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword immortal flew over and looked around. However, they didn't see Lin Ling's figure. "Uncle Lin." On the ground, Ning Qingxin raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears. However, at this time, a bronze gate also appeared in the sky. A light enveloped her body and slowly brought her into the bronze gate. This time, the bronze gate was obviously different. It was not so domineering and ancient. It was the most ordinary gate to the underworld. This ray of light also brought Ning Qingxin into the path of reincarnation. Ning Qingxin didn't resist. She looked at everything calmly. Suddenly, the answer she had been pursuing suddenly became clear. The will of the heavens could be defied. Man could conquer the heavens. She had been pursuing the path of Mahayana Buddhism all her life. However, now Lin Ling was telling her that the so-called path of Buddhism was the so-called eternity. It was actually her. "Uncle Lin, I understand. I will come and find you," Ning Qingxin said calmly. Finally, she disappeared into the bronze gate. Lin Ling, Lei Gong and the others stood quietly in the void. Their hearts were even more complicated. Then, Lei Gong hesitated for a long time. In the end, he took out the voice transmission jade talisman and sent a voice transmission to Yu. He didn't know whether Lin Ling was alive or dead. However, he told Yu and the others everything that had happened before. Lin Ling has exhausted 90% of his lifespan. After doing this, Lei Gong also left with the Shu Lin sword immortal. He never expected that Lin Ling would end up like this after going against the great laws of the universe. However, he also had hope in his heart. This was because the mysterious person who was completely black and looked down on others was the same as Lin Ling. They were also people who went against the great laws of the universe. The will of the world can destroy the world. Is this also a great law of the universe? I'm the host of the will of the world. Could it be that I'm a great law of the universe? However, if a martial artist's strength exceeds the limit, so what if it's a great law or a host of the will of the world? After experiencing Lin Ling's previous battle, Lei Gong also vaguely understood many things. On the other side, everyone in Lei Gong's hall received the news. Their hearts exploded and their faces were gloomy. "Don't worry, Brother Ling will come back." However, what was surprising was that after hearing such bad news, Yu and the others' reactions were very normal. Perhaps from the beginning to the end, they didn't believe that Lin Ling would die. Chapter 4708. Here, birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and the scenery was beautiful. The peaches in the mountains were red, and when the wind blew, they would fall. In the distance, an ancient mountain sat there. The mountain was divided into 5 fingers, and it looked very ancient. In the distance, there was a quiet pool, and in the pool, a young man was lying there quietly. He was floating and did not sink, and it was very mysterious. Ripples spread out from the young man's body, and quietly spread into the distance. Time passed quietly. Finally, one day, the young man slowly opened his eyes. He frowned, as if he was surprised to see himself here. This place, where is this? The young man was Lin Ling. He sat on the pool and looked around in shock. The surroundings were like a paradise, and also like the most ancient wilderness. Everything was so primitive. These mountains, water, and forests, they are probably even older than the Dao realm. Lin Ling frowned. The Dao realm's barren mountains were also very ancient. It was said that they came from the ancient era, but he had a feeling that the mountains and water here were even more powerful than the Dao realm. Then, he looked down and found that the water below him was still, and there were only light ripples spreading out. However, the water was incomparably clear, and Lin Ling could vaguely see that there seemed to be a wheel-like object at the bottom of the water. The wheel-like object was about 1 meter long, and it was very mottled. There was a faint layer of mud on its surface, and through the mud, there would occasionally be a metallic luster reflected back. What an enormous amount of life energy! Lin Ling was shocked. In the past, he used the seahorse of the Dao realm to cultivate. The seahorse spat out life energy, and it was incomparably powerful. However, compared to the wheel-like object, the life energy was obviously much weaker. Could it be that I have been absorbing the life energy all this time? And the life energy came from that wheel? What kind of wheel is that? Many doubts arose in Lin Ling's heart. He secretly checked and found that he had secretly broken through to mid-stage mid-god. His divinity energy had reached a terrifying 30 million Dao rays. His soul power had unknowingly reached 200,000 Dao rays. As for his physical strength, it had now reached 20 million Dao rays. His basic speed was now 2 million Dao rays. All of his skills had been greatly improved. This was the strength of a mid-stage mid-god. This progress made Lin Ling incomparably shocked. According to his guess, even if he had broken through, his improvement shouldn't have been so great. Could this be the result of the battle with the Bronze Gate? And this is before I use the 3rd phase, otherwise, my godly force would have reached 5,000, and my fleshly body power would have reached 3,000. As for my speed with the Quafu sun-chasing boots, it would surpass 5 million worlds. With such a great increase in strength, I'm afraid that I will have few opponents even among mid-stage mid-gods. I can even kill quite a few late-stage mid-gods. My Universe 3 extreme breaks and Pangu's strike are related to my physical body and soul power. Now, their power has been greatly enhanced, especially earth-splitting. I think I can use it for more than 15 breaths of time. In the great battle against the universal laws, I erupted with all my strength. My potential was also stimulated. I reckon this is the reason why I have improved so much. However, the universal laws are indeed frightening. My Pangu can split the earth and shatter it. His divine power is unrivaled, but he still can't stop the power of the netherworld. If not for that mysterious man's help, I wouldn't have been able to escape death. Right, that mysterious man seems to have mentioned that he is the 3rd supremacy? As Lin Ling thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He wanted to leave the pool. Kiki, it's better if you don't leave now because your lifespan is rapidly recovering. It hasn't fully recovered yet. A sharp voice came from below the mountain, echoing in the endless mountains. Lin Ling looked up and immediately discovered that among the mountains, there was a mountain with 5 fingers that was the most conspicuous. My lifespan is recovering? Lin Ling immediately thought of the battle with the Bronze Gate. At that time, the Bronze Gate was also absorbing his lifespan. But could this pool really recover lifespan? Lifespan was the most difficult thing to recover. If it was a mortal's lifespan, they could use treasures that could prolong their lifespan. But for a god's lifespan, even treasures of the universe could hardly prolong it. At best, they could only prolong a part of it. And Lin Ling had already consumed 90% of his lifespan. If he wanted to recover it, what kind of treasures would be needed? Could it be that wheel? Lin Ling secretly guessed. No wonder the plants around the pool didn't change. Generally speaking, if he absorbed endless life force, the plants around him would inevitably wither. Moreover, even if he absorbed the life force of hundreds of worlds, he might not be able to recover. This is the wheel of life. I snatched it from that old man. Unfortunately, I've already absorbed half of it. In any case, I'm now equivalent to half an eternal body, so the rest is yours. The sharp voice came again with a hint of pride. Senior, you're really amazing, Lin Ling said with a smile. This kind of wheel of life was extremely rare. The original owner was probably an indomitable powerhouse. And this mysterious person could snatch this treasure, which meant that the mysterious person was strong. Senior, thank you for your help before, Lin Ling said again. No need to thank me. Speaking of which, you and I are half-brothers of the same sect. It's normal for me to help you. The voice with a smile floated out proudly. This arrogance was completely different from the usual Lin Ling. It was as if he dared to laugh at the universe and look down on the gods. Brother? Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. He had many masters in his life, such as Hua Leitang of the Ancient Face sect and Xing Xiu Yun of the Spirit Province. Even Lei Gong could be considered half a master to him. However, it was obvious that it wasn't these people. When you recover, come and find me. You'll understand. The voice giggled with a hint of mischief. Lin Ling pursed his lips. He could only wait patiently. While the wheel of life was recovering, Lin Ling was also improving his innate divine fetus. The improvement of the innate divine fetus was not only related to the power of a god, but also to one's potential. Some gods could only reach late-stage mid-level deity after spending their entire lives, and it was difficult for them to improve any further. However, some gods could cross the threshold and become higher deities. This was the influence of innate talent. At present, Lin Ling's innate talents were mostly mid-level deities, and some of them had reached their limits and would be difficult to improve any further. Therefore, Lin Ling focused his attention on innate talents with greater potential. It's a pity that I still don't have a treasure to open the 8th Dantian. Otherwise, I could make the tyrannical singing sword the 8th Dantian's innate divine fetus. The potential of the tyrannical singing sword has never been activated. If it becomes my 8th Dantian, it will probably reach its limit. Lin Ling sighed and poured the excess life force into his Dantian. Chapter 4709. Time passed quietly. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling sensed that the Wind Dragon's talon had reached 8th grade Intermediate God and the Heavenly Dragon's bone had reached 9th grade Intermediate God. He finally sensed that the life force under the pool had begun to weaken. As for the other talents, their progress was slow because of their potential. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and stared at the wheel under the pool. He realized that the wheel had gradually turned into dust, as if all its life force had been exhausted. An ancient treasure had disappeared just like that. If the ancient giant gods were here, they would be heartbroken. After all, if the wheel of life was not absorbed, the endless life force could heal the injuries left behind by the battle between the gods. However, once it was used up, the wheel of life would be useless. What a powerful life force! Lin Ling was still standing above the pool. He sensed that there was a mysterious force rolling in his body, making him feel extremely relaxed. The feeling of being shackled in the past seemed to have disappeared. With a slight movement, Lin Ling appeared beside the pool. His hands were behind his back and his eyes were like lightning, giving off the feeling of a supreme god. Senior, I'm out. Looking at the endless green mountains, Lin Ling smiled and said, Hee hee, I've waited for 10 years. Come to me. The voice sounded as if it came from the highest mountain. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot toward the peak. Then he began to search. However, the peak was very mysterious. He did not see any giant gods. Fool, he's below. The voice suddenly scolded Lin Ling jokingly. This made Lin Ling's eyes sweep over, and then his pupils violently trembled. The great sage, heaven's equal? Lin Ling was obviously shocked. Under the green mountains, a monkey was suppressed there. One of its arms and head was exposed. At this moment, it was looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Looking at the shape of the giant mountain, it was very similar to the five-finger mountain. The difference was that at the middle of the 5 fingers, there was an additional green lotus lamp made of stone. Wow, as expected of Lord Prison. You actually know who I am. Under the green mountains, the monkey also let out a cry of surprise. This. Lin Ling was flabbergasted and speechless for a long time. In the end, he could only say 2 words, F***CK. He came from the world of Huaxia and was very familiar with ancient myths and legends. He knew that the great sage, heaven's equal, must exist in this universe. It was just that all this time, he had never heard of the legend of such a giant god. He thought that this kind of giant god had already died in the long river of time, but he never thought that it would appear in front of him. As expected of Lord Prison. You control the prison, and even know about Third Lord's background. At this time, the monkey at the foot of the mountain said again. He obviously thought that Lin Ling knew his origin through the square prison. What he didn't know was that almost everyone in Huaxia knew about the great sage, heaven's equal. I never thought that I would have the fortune to meet Senior Great Sage in this lifetime. Lin Ling quickly landed at the foot of the mountain and cupped his hands in greeting. He had always admired this legendary figure, especially when the great sage, heaven's equal, said that he would take turns to be the emperor next year. This was also one of Lin Ling's principles of life. Haha, I didn't waste my clone to save you in vain. The monkey also let out a hearty laugh. Lin Ling then realized that the great sage, heaven's equal, was Patriarch Bodhi's disciple, and he, Lin Ling, had obtained Patriarch Bodhi's Bodhi verification divine skill. No wonder the great sage, heaven's equal, called him junior brother. By the way, do you have anything to eat or drink? It's best if it's good wine. I haven't eaten or drunk for many years. The monkey said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was always prepared with wine. He quickly took it out, sat at the foot of the mountain, and poured wine for the monkey. The 2 of them drank to their heart's content. Brother monkey, I won't treat you as an outsider. This cup of wine I, Lin Ling, will drink first. That's a true hero. Just because you called me brother monkey, I, old son, will recognize you as my brother. The 2 of them did not treat each other as outsiders. Lin Ling was so familiar with the great sage, heaven's equal. Firstly, he came from Huaxia and had long yearned for ancient legends. Secondly, the great sage, heaven's equal, was from the same sect as him, and he had even saved him. By the way, brother monkey, where is this place? Lin Ling asked again after drinking a few cups of wine. Silly, this is your square prison. I'm already called Third Supremacy, so I'm naturally imprisoned here. The old man next door is Guang Chengzi. The monkey said, rolling his eyes. Lin Ling was completely shocked. However, on second thought, he felt that it was normal. Because in the entire square prison, the only place he couldn't detect was where Third Supremacy was. Moreover, he had come to investigate previously, but he couldn't find anything. This world is very extraordinary. Don't be fooled by the fragrant flowers and chirping birds here. In fact, it's a world of fire outside. The monkey said again. This reminded Lin Ling of the 3 cells back then, and one of them was indeed full of divine fire. I'm the Lord Prison. I should be able to release brother monkey, right? Lin Ling took out a jade slip to check. No, even if you can release me temporarily, I still can't leave the square prison. Moreover, the most important thing is the 5-finger mountain on me. This is already beyond your jurisdiction. The monkey shook his head. 5-finger mountain. Could it be Buddha God Gautama? Lin Ling frowned. No, that old man can't even protect himself now. It's Buddha Dipankara, the monkey said with a smile. This also made Lin Ling sweep his gaze and realize that there was an additional green lotus lamp on the 5-finger mountain. Then can I save you? How can I save you? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. The monkey looked at Lin Ling, touched, but still shook his head. With your current strength, you can't even resist the laws of the universe. How can you save me? Brother, you're too considerate. Don't worry. Although I'm suppressed here, the square prison is on you. That's enough. I believe that old man Dipankra is also here. He searched everywhere for me, but in the end, he didn't know where the prison went. Back then, after the divine world shattered, the heavenly Tao collapsed. Everything was in chaos. The square prison also escaped the control of the gods. However, if Master was here, he could help me. Unfortunately, Master said long ago that he wouldn't interfere in my matters. Sigh, that's a pity. The monkey kept talking, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Let's talk about it when you become stronger. Regardless, I, old son, have benefited from knowing a brother like you. In this life, I, old son, have countless brothers, but you are one of them who dares to resist the laws of the universe. The monkey raised his wine cup, clinked it with Lin Ling's, and drank in large mouthfuls. Lin Ling also recalled that during the battle with the bronze door, the mysterious figure had once said that he was also someone who resisted the laws of the universe. Chapter 47:10. Brother, you've been here for 10 years. It's time for you to leave. I think Master is waiting for you. If you have the chance to see Master, you must tell him that I miss him very much. The monkey was a little drunk and was more talkative. But I think he already knows, hee. That's because I still have a doppelganger with Master. Right, if you want to leave this place, you have to break through the outermost Kunlun divine fire. I'll teach you a method. You should be able to break out. Hearing that, Lin Ling frowned. Kunlun divine fire? Of course. Otherwise, how can an ordinary divine fire stop me? Let me tell you, when I went out to help you previously, I had to expend a doppelganger to do so. Now I'll show you. The monkey plucked out a hair and blew it gently. Rumble. In front of Lin Ling, a gigantic ape appeared and grew continuously. It was indomitable and incomparably ferocious. This was the real god of war. The strength of this body was something Lin Ling had seen in his life. It was probably not much weaker than the 5 thearchs. However, this was just one of the doppelganger of the great sage, heaven's equal. You have the same aura as me. I'm guessing that back then, Master placed a 5-colored divine stone on you. Although it's not much, you can be considered to be of the same origin as me. How about I teach you a set of bronze wall and iron bones? Or I can teach you the 8-9 mysteries. However, if you want to cultivate this powerful physical body technique, you have to give up all your previous techniques. The huge ape looked down at Lin Ling and grinned. Brother monkey, there's no need for that. My physical body technique is not bad. It's suitable for me. Lin Ling thought for a while and shook his head with a smile. His physical body technique was the Pangu strike. It was also very powerful. If he could find the Pangu's physical body technique, Lin Ling would be able to transform into a Pangu. Alright then. The giant ape didn't force him because he also sensed that Lin Ling's body had a very ancient power that he couldn't see through. My boy, you have ancient divine abilities. Not only do you have the energy of my 5-colored godstone, you also have other divine abilities. In the future, you'll definitely be a god of an era. Now, I'll teach you the art of cloning. The giant ape laughed and took a step forward. Countless avatars of the giant ape walked out. It was as if there were countless giants standing under the green mountain. Watch carefully. All of the giant apes pointed at Lin Ling, and countless rays of light shot into Lin Ling's body. In Lin Ling's mind, a divine ability suddenly appeared. Avatar of the true body. In fact, throughout the many eras of the universe, there were many gods who were adept at using external incarnations. There were also many types of divine abilities, including Lin Ling's nascent soul great Tao physique. The nascent soul great Tao body would sprout once every 3,000 years, bloom once every 3,000 years, and bear fruit once every 3,000 years. Lin Ling had once cultivated to the realm of 3,000 years of germination. Now, with the guidance of the giant ape, Lin Ling's external incarnations were constantly growing and gradually blossoming. External incarnations of the true body are actually different methods of achieving the same result. Although your cultivation is different, what I've taught you is similar. After all, among the gods, when it comes to cloning, I, old son, am definitely ranked at the top. The giant ape disappeared quietly, and under the huge mountain, the monkey said proudly. Lin Ling stood there quietly, and light flowed in his mind. After an unknown period of time, a figure walked out, followed by a second and a third. Gradually, it reached 6,000. The nascent soul Great Tao physique had completely blossomed, and there were 6,000 avatars. Moreover, these avatars had 99% of Lin Ling's strength. Apart from the hidden killer moves like the Panga Strike and the three extremes of the universe, they had everything else. Fellow Taoist. All of the avatars looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Most importantly, the avatar's consciousness was getting stronger and stronger, and they could already comprehend the great Tao of the universe. Fellow Taoist. Lin Ling's true body also cupped his hands and smiled at the crowd. As long as the true body didn't die, these avatars would never die. Brother Monkey, I'm leaving. I'll come and see you next time. Lin Ling looked at the great sage, heaven's equal, and said, Here you go. Remember to bring more wine and meat next time. At the foot of the mountain, the monkey waved at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling smiled and nodded. With a step, he flew into the distance with his 6,000 avatars. From afar, it was a shocking sight. That was because there were 6,000 mid-stage mid-gods. Their combined battle prowess was absolutely terrifying. Rumble. After half a day, scorching flames began to appear in front of them. It was the Kunlun divine fire. This fire came from Mount Kunlun, and it was one of the first flames in the universe. It was incomparably ancient. When Lin Ling arrived with his avatars, a wisp of flame ignited one of the avatars. What a powerful Kunlun divine fire! Lin Ling was secretly shocked. However, he had many avatars, and it should be enough to support him to leave. Bang bang bang. More and more avatars exploded. In the end, 3,000 avatars had turned into ashes, and the remaining 3,000 avatars protected Lin Ling as they continued to charge forward. Fellow Taoist, we're almost there. The avatars also spoke in unison. Lin Ling saw that the most vigorous divine fire had appeared in front of him, as if it was burning heaven and earth, preventing anyone from leaving. Fellow Taoists, charge. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and nodded. Rumble. A large number of avatars were burned and turned into ashes. However, when Lin Ling rushed out of the towering flames, everything finally disappeared. Looking around, there were only 3 avatars left. Lin Ling was now in the square prison. Fellow Taoist Lin, congratulations on your return. In the prison next to him, a smile came at the same time. It was Guangqingzi. At this moment, he had an unfathomable smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Lin, congratulations on defeating the great law of the universe. Although that woman didn't survive, at least she reincarnated. Fellow Taoist Lin is also the first intermediate god to reincarnate. Strength to defeat the great law of the universe. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling bowed slightly. If Guangqingzi hadn't reminded him to fight with all his strength, Lin Ling might not have ended up like this. By the way, please take care of my disciple, the Yellow Emperor. Guangqingzi said. Take care of him? He should be the one taking care of me. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. In the future, he will have many things to entrust to fellow Taoist Lin. Moreover, if fellow Taoist Lin wants to grow in the Tao realm, you will need many opportunities. I can help fellow Taoist Lin. Guangqingzi said. That's good. If I can help with the Yellow Emperor, I will definitely help. I have some matters to attend to, so I will leave first. I will visit Senior again next time. Lin Ling nodded politely. After cupping his hands in salute, he left without stopping to rest. Now, he wanted to return to Yu immediately. He guessed that Emperor Yao and the others hadn't caught him. Perhaps they would attack Yu. After a while, when Lin Ling reappeared, he found himself in the Godfall Void. There were several gods around him, looking curiously at the square stone stele. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all shocked. Chapter 47:11. Where did this guy come from? What's going on? Hey, who are you? Where's that stone tablet treasure? The gods were shocked at first, but they gradually came to their senses. They came from another continent and passed by the god meteorite void. Then, they saw an ancient stone tablet floating in the void. At first, they thought it was a meteorite, but after investigating it for a long time, they realized it was extraordinary. Just when they thought they had found a treasure, the stone tablet suddenly disappeared, and a cold man walked out. This was infuriating. After all, they had been investigating the stone tablet for a total of 3 days. Boy, where's my treasure? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. One of the elders said coldly, "Hand it over. I don't know how you stole our treasure, but if you don't hand it over, the protection of the Tao state will be useless against you." The others spoke one after another. In their opinion, Lin Ling must have stolen their treasure. At this moment, Lin Ling glanced at them and looked around. His gaze fell on the volcano in the distance, but it had become a void. This reminded him of the battle of the great laws of the universe not long ago. Little Ning. Lin Ling sighed in his heart, but soon he smiled. At least, Ning Qingxin's soul was not scattered and dissipated in the universe forever. That was enough. I hope you can return to the era after reincarnating. Lin Ling wished Ning Qingxin well. Every moment of accompanying Ning Qingxin in the volcano floated in his mind. That time was also one of the most peaceful days of his life. There was no battle, only peace and tranquility. Because Ning Qingxin was very pure, and she was not scheming at all. Being with her seemed to cleanse Lin Ling's heart. Now, seeing Ning Qingxin embark on the journey of life again, Lin Ling was happy for her. He hoped she could have a new life and have more enlightenment. Lin Ling did not have any romantic feelings for Ning Qingxin. He only felt that they were like-minded. "Hey boy, did you hear what we said?" Upon seeing that Lin Ling had ignored them and was instead looking at the void with a sigh, the god's fury seemed to have been ignited. "Alright, this is the first time I, Chen Wansen, have met someone who dares to ignore me." A tall and sturdy man shouted angrily as flames erupted from his body. However, even though the others were furious, they felt that it was slightly strange as well. For some unknown reason, they sensed an extraordinary aura of age emanating from this cold and indifferent man. It was as if this man was the heavenly Tao, the universe, and he was filled with endless hardships and glory. One had to know that they were not new deities. They had experienced the age of the gods and even reincarnated to cultivate again. They had long since become accustomed to the ups and downs of life. But that kind of vicissitudes paled in comparison to this man. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared, making them think that it was an illusion. "What are you guys talking about?" At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the crowd. F***CK. Everyone roared at the same time. Sure enough, this guy was ignoring them. What they said before was all in vain. "Where did you steal our treasures?" The old man shouted angrily. "Treasure? Stolen?" Lin Ling frowned and suddenly shook his head with a smile. "Are they talking about the square prison? What a joke. When did this treasure become theirs? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't kneel down and call me grandpa and hand over the treasure, I'll take away one of your Tao realm protection." Not giving Lin Ling any more chances, the old man erupted with powerful divine origin energy, intending to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The others did the same, their faces ferocious. Lin Ling shook his head and also unleashed the strength of a mid-level mid-deity. With a twitch of his brows, a large number of doppelgangers walked out from behind him. The most terrifying thing was that these doppelgangers were all mid-level mid-deities. In the blink of an eye, 6,000 mid-level mid-deities surrounded the few of them. "I'm from the age of the gods." The few deities wanted to announce their origins and make Lin Ling kneel down and lick their toes. However, the last sentence could not be said even after shouting for a long time. "Mid-level mid-deities? And there are so many of you?" There are only 6 of us. How are we going to fight this?" In the blink of an eye, the few deities were so scared that their noses were running and their bodies were trembling. Moreover, they were cursing in their hearts. What kind of joke is this? How did this sneaky young man become so strong in the blink of an eye? One should know that the 6 of them were only early-level mid-deities. It was precisely because the evil spider god had disappeared that they entered the Godfall Void for the first time. Therefore, they did not expect that there would be such a strong expert in the Godfall Void. Do you still want my treasure? Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. No, you can steal it. That's your ability, senior. The old man in the lead kept waving his hands, his legs trembling violently. Steal? Lin Ling frowned. No, that treasure belongs to you, senior. I said the wrong thing. The old man was stunned and quickly gave himself 3 hard slaps. Smack, smack, smack. The sound was crisp, but after the old man slapped himself, he still looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Get lost. Lin Ling shook his head. He could not be bothered to argue with them. Thank you, senior. Thank you. The 6 deities almost knelt down and kowtowed. However, after taking a few steps, they suddenly looked at Lin Ling with tears in their eyes. Senior, there are so many people blocking our way. We can't get out. 6,000 mid-stage mid-gods had surrounded them so tightly that not even a fly could escape, let alone the 3 of them. Most importantly, these 6,000 deities were very cold, as if they were the god of slaughter. I forgot. Fellow Taoists, let them leave. Lin Ling nodded and said to the doppelgangers around him. The doppelgangers made way for them, but their faces were still cold. The 6 deities walked through the sea of people, trembling as they walked. It was just a short distance, but it was as if they had walked a lifetime. It was only after they had completely left that they dared to speed up and escape with all their might. That scared me to death. The burly man called Chen Wansen said as he patted his chest. It's so scary. It feels like we're walking on the edge of a blade. If those people had attacked us, we would have gone to hell. Stop talking nonsense. Let's run. Like frightened rabbits, they fled into the distance. Lin Ling ignored them. He looked at all the doppelgangers and said, Fellow cultivators, go and pursue your own great Tao. Fellow cultivator Lin Ling, we'll meet again. All the doppelgangers cupped their fists and bowed to Lin Ling. Then they shot off in all directions. These doppelgangers had their own consciousness and could cultivate on their own. If their strength increased, they could return a portion to Lin Ling. Then, Lin Ling's strength would definitely increase greatly. This was one of the methods that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had taught Lin Ling. Chapter 47:12. Last time in the God Meteor Fall Void, Emperor Shun brought people to hunt me down, but I managed to escape. They will definitely be unwilling to give up and will definitely look for me everywhere. I am most afraid that they will find Yu. Lin Ling looked into the distance, took a step, and left the God Meteor Fall Void. At this moment, there were indeed many gods around the island, and they were also looking for Yu and the rest. The origin of these gods was naturally Emperor Yao. Emperor Shun and the 3 divine sects of White Mountain found it difficult to find traces of Lin Ling and the rest. However, Emperor Yao was different. He knew that Lin Ling came from the nearby area. Therefore, after failing to catch Lin Ling and the rest in the God Meteor Fall Void, Emperor Shun also paid attention to the nearby area. He even sent out an expert, the late-stage mid-god Yin Chao Old Man. This old man came from ancient times, and it was said that he was transformed from the jade zither that ancient goddess Nuwa once played. He had received guidance from the great Tao and was extremely powerful. He led countless powerful deities to search the nearby area. I am sure that they are here. Everyone has been looking for them for a long time, but we still haven't found them. This means that they have hidden themselves very well. Yin Chao Old Man carried an ancient zither on his back and looked at the gods indifferently as he spoke. These gods were very powerful, and they were all mid-stage mid-gods. No matter, we will find them. I am most afraid that Lin Ling has hidden himself. If he does not dare to come back after seeing that we have caught his people, then it will be troublesome. One of the gods said coldly. He was the giant god White Tiger. That is all we can do now. If Lin Ling really does not dare to come back, then we can only say that he is a coward. The old man nodded. After that, the gods spread out again and began to search everywhere. At this moment, Far to the southeast of the island, there was a surging river, but on the other side of the river, there was a valley. The valley was huge, and the inside was like a city. However, there was a barrier on the surface that blocked everything. Looking at the rolling river again, there were cosmic beasts rolling in the river, and this caused no one to discover the valley. Senior Luo Fu, this is our entire Lei Gong Hall. There were quite a number of people in the bustling city. On the main street, several people were walking slowly with a middle-aged man. Those people were Yu Yu and the others. The one who spoke was Lei Gong. Lei Gong had returned from the god Meteorite Void. Because he wasn't able to help Lin Ling last time, he felt very guilty and volunteered to come back and protect Lei Gong's hall. Beside Lei Gong were Saint Yi, Treasure God Nan Fengyu, Pure Maiden Whitewater, and the others. Not bad, not bad, your Lei Gong hall is very strong. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back as he spoke with a faint smile. He was tall and had a light beard on his face. His brows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. His bearing was extremely extraordinary. His name was Luo Fuzi. He was a late-stage mid-god expert. Most importantly, he had a powerful background. He was a subordinate of Di Jun, one of the 5 emperors. He was here today because he was invited by Lei Gong. When Lei Gong entered a secret realm in the Dao realm, he met Luo Fuzi in the secret realm. They worked together to pass through some dangerous places and became good friends. Now that the Lightning God Palace knew that the Lightning God Palace had offended Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao, he wanted to find a strong backer for the Lightning God Palace. When he thought of the fact that Luo Fuzi had the backing of the 5 monarchs, he decided to invite him over. In his opinion, as long as Lei Gong Hall joined Di Jun's tomb, Emperor Yao and the others wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Your overall strength is very strong. I think Lord Di Jun will be very interested in you. As for the enemies you've offended, it's not that I, Luo Fuzi, am exaggerating. In the entire Dao realm, there are very few people who can make Lord Di Jun wary. Luo Fuzi smiled faintly. That's great. Hearing this, Yu Yu and the others laughed. However, Treasure God Nan Fengyu and Pure Lady Bai shook their heads secretly. They didn't seem to believe it. Giant Ghost and Emperor Zhang Gang frowned. Would Di Jun offend Emperor Yao and the others for them? They obviously didn't believe it. However, they could only try their best in the current situation. I wonder where Lord Di Jun is now. Why don't we go and find him now? Xing Yi suddenly smiled. It was too dangerous to stay here. It was better to leave. It was obvious that he trusted Luo Fuzi. After all, he was a friend of Lord Lei Gong. All right, you guys get ready and set off immediately. Luo Fuzi looked at Xing Yi. In fact, in the entire hall of Lei Gong, Xing Yi was the one who moved him the most. After all, Lei Gong said that Xing Yi was the descendant of the Eastern Emperor Tai and had the Eastern Emperor Tai Bel. Lord Di Jun would definitely be interested in someone like him. All right, let's get ready and leave immediately. We don't want anything here. Seeing that Luo Fuzi had agreed, Xing Yi and Lei Gong were overjoyed and quickly said to everyone. They had lived here for quite some time, and it could be considered their first residence in the Dao realm. They were reluctant to give up everything and leave. However, when they thought of Emperor Yao and the other experts, they decided to leave with Luo Fuzi. Ah, I found you. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, shaking the entire valley. Rumble. Many houses in the valley were shattered by the sound. In the river far away from the valley, a large number of gods flew past. When they encountered the cosmic crocodiles, they stomped their feet and a powerful divine energy exploded, crushing the cosmic crocodiles into dust. Facing the cosmic crocodiles, they only needed to stomp lightly to kill them. This showed how strong they were. Oh no, they found this place. Lei Gong and the others' faces changed. They knew that Emperor Yao's people were looking for them. However, they didn't expect that they would find them in the end. If they were a moment later, they would have left this place. Rumble. Next, the valley was torn apart by a powerful force, revealing a large open space. A large number of gods walked over. Who are you? How dare you? Luo Fuzi's face turned cold. He said to Lei Gong and the others, "Don't worry. With me here, no one can touch you. After saying that, he led Lei Gong and the others to welcome them. It's them. That's Xingyi. At the same time, White Tiger and the others appeared in front of them. White Tiger pointed at Xingyi. He obviously recognized Xingyi. They really hid well. They hid on the other side of the Dao River and built a cave residence. With the divine barrier outside the valley, it's impossible to find them without getting close. An old man carrying a zither walked out slowly. It was Sound Nest Elder. His gaze swept across and finally fell on the few of them. Chapter 47:13. Where is Lei Gong Linling? Yin Chao old man said calmly. Lei Gong Linling is not here. You are not welcome here. Scram. Lei Gong did not back down. Ah, the three of you are quite strong. Unfortunately, you are still too weak for me. Now I will give you a chance. Call Lei Gong Linling back and I will spare your lives. The Sound Nest old man said faintly and looked at the gods behind him. The gods immediately nodded. They nodded. Seeing this, Sound Nest old man said again, don't think that you can leave this place with the help of the Tao state fragments. Let me tell you, the protection of the Tao state is useless against me. Sky observation pure thunder array. Luo Fuzi suddenly raised his head and said with a frown. The sky around the valley suddenly became majestic as though it was endless. This was a powerful divine boundary array. It required a lot of treasures to set up, and those treasures were only available to those in the Tao requital realm. The array was not powerful. It was not a killing array, a defensive array, or an illusion array. It only had one effect, and that was to block the protection of the Tao state. Generally, those who could set up such a divine array all had great backgrounds. Because this array consumed too many Tao state fragments. Ordinary people would not be willing to use them. If they had the fragments, they would have exchanged them for treasures to cultivate. You have a good eye. Sound Nest old man nodded proudly. Now, are you going to wait to be captured, or are you going to die? If you are killed in this array, you will be dead for real. His words were full of threat, and Lei Gong and the others were shocked. They could not help but look at Luo Fuzi. No matter. I'm here. Luo Fuzi nodded at Lei Gong and the others to reassure them. Then he looked at Sound Nest old man and said, Fellow Taoist, why do you have to force us? How about giving me some face? I am Luo Fuzi. He did not expect this group of people to have a greater background than he thought. After all, the Sky Observation Pure Thunder Array was enough to explain everything. Luo Fuzi? I don't know him. Giant God White Tiger and the others shook their heads in disdain. Maybe you don't know Luo Fuzi, but there's a name you definitely know. Luo Fuzi was not angry, and said indifferently, Lord Di Jun. The giant god White Tiger and the rest had a slight change in their expressions. This also made Luo Fuzi smile faintly. These people were ultimately afraid of Lord Di Jun. Ha! But in the next moment, the White Tiger giant god and the others burst out laughing. The Sound Nest elder pointed at Luo Fuzi and said with disdain, I was wondering who you were. So it's the 5 emperors, Di Jun. Although the 5 emperors are not to be trifled with, didn't they tell you that we are Emperor Yao's people? What? Emperor Yao? Luo Fuzi's expression changed. On this point, Lei Gong and the others really didn't mention it. They originally planned to mention it after they left. Moreover, they are not only the people Emperor Yao wants to capture, but also Emperor Shun and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Yin Chao added. This. Luo Fuzi's pupils trembled. Even if it was a great emperor, Lord Di Jun might not appear to help, let alone Emperor Shun and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. There was no way he could help at all. One had to know that although he was Emperor Jun's man, he was only a minor god under his tomb. He didn't have much authority to speak. Lei Gong, you and I are friends. I didn't expect you to almost get me killed. Luo Fuzi immediately looked at Lei Gong and complained. Lei Gong frowned instantly. Luo Fuzi, you and I have been through thick and thin together in the Tao realm. During the crisis in the secret realm, if you and I didn't support each other, we would have died in the secret realm. I thought that our friendship was enough to prove everything. Now you say that I got you killed? Shut up. Luo Fuzi's face turned green and red. He shouted angrily, if you had offended anyone else, I, Luo Fuzi, could have protected you. But you have offended the 5 emperors and 2 of them. In the entire Dao realm, who would dare to protect you? Also, in the entire Dao realm, who would be crazy enough to offend 2 lords at the same time? Human leaders. Don't say any more. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Why are you looking for excuses? You can leave now. Our friendship is over. Lei Gong waved his hand and angrily stopped Luo Fuzi's unnecessary words. In fact, when they met in the secret realm and almost died, it was mostly Lei Gong who saved Luo Fuzi. Otherwise, with Lei Gong's character, he wouldn't have asked Luo Fuzi for help. However, he didn't expect that Luo Fuzi, who seemed to be his friend through life and death, would immediately stand by and watch in the face of a strong enemy. I helped you out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to treat me like a cabbage. Fine, settle this matter yourself. Luo Fuzi knew that he was in the wrong, but he didn't want to lose face, so he snorted coldly. Senior Luo Fuzi, scram. Our Lei Gong Hall doesn't need your help. Moreover, you said before that there was someone in the Dao realm who was crazy enough to offend 2 human leaders. I'm sorry, but there really is someone who is that crazy. At this time, Treasure God Nanwo Fengyu laughed mockingly. This person is our current Lei Gong Hall's Lei Gong Linling. You're a coward who's afraid of death, but don't treat everyone like you, coward. Whitewater Pure Maiden also spoke. Previously, they had been very polite to Luo Fuzi, almost to the point of flattering him. In the end, the other party was a person who looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside. Of course, throughout the entire process, they didn't have any expectations for Luo Fuzi. Everything was just giving face to Lei Gong. Haha, I don't know how strong your so-called Lei Gong Linling is, but in my opinion he's probably just a small god. Now, I want to see how you will deal with Emperor Yao and the others. Luo Fuzi laughed loudly and walked towards Sound Nest Elder. At the same time he said, fellow Taoists, I won't interfere in this matter. Instead, I want to see how strong they are. That's good. Sound Nest Elder gave face to Di Jun, so he ignored Luo Fuzi. Coward. Seeing Luo Fuzi with Sound Nest Elder and the others in the blink of an eye, the people in Lei Gong Hall mocked and scolded even more. Lei Gong looked at the crowd guiltily. He felt extremely embarrassed to have such a friend. Lei Gong, you treat people with sincerity, but that doesn't mean others are the same. Don't take it to heart. Saint Yi advised, then laughed. When Lin Ling returns, they will regret it, including that Luo Fuzi. Although Lin Ling's lifespan was exhausted, they all believed that Lin Ling wasn't dead. Especially Saint Yi. He had walked through the Dao realm miasma with Lin Ling and knew Lin Ling's origins. Therefore, he didn't believe that Lin Ling would fall in the Dao realm. Lei Gong Lin Ling isn't here, right? At this time, Sound Nest Elder looked at Lei Gong and the others. I'll give you a chance. Let the 3 of you come out and fight. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, hand over Lin Ling immediately. Chapter 47:14. Third battle? Alright, I'll be the first. Alright. Hearing Sound Nest Old Man's words, Lei Gong also walked out. He felt that he had lost face previously, so he wanted to make up for it now. Your strength is not bad. Alright, I'll fight you. Sound Nest Old Man looked at Lei Gong indifferently and walked out. Behind him, the jade zither was held up. The moment the zither appeared, it shone brightly, and countless illusions of life lingered in the light. It was very mysterious. This zither seemed to have produced the smoke and dust of millions of people. Sound Nest Old Man stood quietly behind the jade zither, as steady as a rock. Lei Gong's eyes narrowed. Although Sound Nest Old Man was at the same level as him, he could feel a powerful aura emanating from the latter's body. This aura was so strong that it was like the strongest god in ancient times. Xingyi and the rest slowed down their breathing. They were all curious about the strength of this Sound Nest Old Man and whether he could fight Lei Gong. Music score. Sound Nest Old Man said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, an ancient music score appeared. It was like a piece of cloth that he held with both hands. You are not qualified for me to use my divine zither. He left behind a sentence, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lei Gong. The music score was like a river, sweeping towards Lei Gong's head. The seemingly soft music score was mixed with a heart-palpitating power. See reversing lightning incantation. Lei Gong's expression changed. He opened his hands, and lightning appeared. It turned into a lightning trident to block Sound Nest Old Man's attack. Boom! The lightning trident and music score collided. The entire valley exploded, and terrifying divine energy roared. Endless lightning bloomed from Lei Gong's body. His divine energy had reached the level of 5,000. Moreover, there was an indescribable power that swallowed and spat out. However, this power was very weak, so it was not obvious. This power was the power of the world's will. Bang, bang, bang. Under this faintly discernible power of the world's will, the music score seemed to be attacked by a gale. It was actually showing signs of being blown askew. We are both late-stage mid-gods, but you can't suppress me with your strength. Sensing this, Lei Gong sneered. You're not strong, but you sure talk big. The Sound Nest Old Man's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Suddenly, a ferocious divine force burst out from his body, reaching the 8,000 mark. What? Lei Gong's eyes narrowed. Crash. After the incomparably terrifying divine power was activated, the previously soft music score was like a waterfall, but also like a large blade. It actually forcibly resisted the lightning trident. 8,000 strands of the power of divinity against 5,000, the result could be imagined. The fork, which was filled with terrifying lightning, shattered in an instant. A large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Lei Gong's neck through the void. Then, it smashed him to the ground. Boom! This smash was like the collapse of heaven and earth. We're both late-stage mid-gods, but you're far too weak compared to me. I forgot to tell you that I have a 9th-rank god embryo. The amount of divine energy I can raise is far beyond your imagination. Sound Nest Old Man said disdainfully as he held Lei Gong's neck in a death grip. Previously, he had white hair and seemed to be a person of virtue and prestige. But who would have thought that after he attacked, his ferocious methods would be so terrifying? Lei Gong! Saint Guyi anxiously shouted from afar. There were two people he respected the most in his life. One was Lin Ling, and the other was Lei Gong. Dong Huang Tai Bell. His hands moved rapidly as if opening the door to the divine realm. Then, an ancient bronze bell came crashing down on Sound Nest Old Man. Dong Huang Tai Bell. The eyes of treasure god Nanhua Fengyu and the others lit up. Saint Guyi was the strongest god among them, and Sound Nest Old Man had a powerful background, so he didn't put Saint Guyi in his eyes. Perhaps Saint Guyi had a chance to defeat him. Dong Huang Tai Bell. At this moment, Sound Nest Old Man's expression was solemn. He gave up on Lei Gong and drifted away. He landed lightly on the jade zither in the distance and sat down cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a boulder. Sound Nest Old Man is afraid of the Dong Huang Bell. Bai Shui and the others saw something and were overjoyed. It was as if they saw the dawn of victory. But at this moment, Sound Nest Old Man gently flicked his fingers and a melody floated out. The melody was very beautiful and even pleasing to the eyes. When it fell into the ears of the others, not only did they not feel any pressure, they even felt that there were signs of a breakthrough. But when it fell into Saint Guyi's ears, everything changed. It was as if he had entered some kind of illusion, and he had no control over his body. He couldn't control the Dong Huang Bell. Rumble! The Dong Huang Bell in the sky began to wobble. When it fell, it hit Lei Gong, causing Lei Gong to spit out a mouthful of blood and suffer heavy injuries. Saint Guyi! Such a strange scene undoubtedly caused treasure god Nanhua Fengyu and the others to change their expressions. No, something's wrong with Saint Guyi. God Emperor Jean Steele stared at Saint Guyi and found that Saint Guyi was sitting cross-legged as if he was resisting something. Could it be Sound Nest Old Man? Suddenly, God Emperor Jean Steele looked at Sound Nest Old Man and guessed what was going on. What kind of technique is this? Treasure God Nan Wufengyu and the others reacted in shock. Saint Guyi had the protection of the Donghuang Bell, so normal techniques couldn't affect him at all. But now, he seemed to be attacked. Moreover, it was against Lei Gong. One had to know that Lei Gong was the person Saint Guyi respected the most. God stares. At this moment, Saint Guyi spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes with difficulty. He was still in some kind of illusion, but his body was being controlled, which caused the Donghuang Bell to attack Lei Gong. And to control his body, only the God Stairs had the power to do so. Moreover, the God Stairs must be very powerful. With a 9th grade mid-god divine fetus and the God Stairs, it was no wonder that Sound Nest Old Man was so confident. Of course, Saint Guyi was only an early-stage mid-god. If he was a mid-stage mid-god, Sound Nest Old Man might not be able to defeat him. Boom! At this moment, the Donghuang Tai Bell slammed down again, and Lei Gong was severely injured. He looked like he was on his last breath and had completely fainted. Lei Gong! Everyone shouted and rushed over to the Thunder God's side, wanting to help. No one is to go. But soon, Saint Guyi's voice sounded, stopping everyone from helping. Because he knew that if they got close, they would be attacked by the Donghuang Bell, and then things would be even more troublesome. Now, Saint Guyi could only control himself to prevent the Donghuang Bell from attacking his own people, which meant that he had lost. Who is the third one? At this moment, Sound Nest Old Man spoke. His words made Treasure God Nan Wufengyu and the others frown. The third one? Even the strongest Saint Guyi and Lei Gong had been defeated. How were they supposed to fight? Chapter 47:15. This was because their Lei Gong Grand Hall still had an expert who had not returned. It was Lei Gong Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had disappeared into the God Cloud's void. Whether he could return in time was still unknown. Moreover, even Xing Guyi had been defeated. Even if Lin Ling returned, what could he do? In everyone's opinion, the strongest person in Lei Gong Grand Hall was Xing Guyi. Lin Ling's strength was comparable to Lei Gong's, but even Xing Guyi had been defeated. Could Lin Ling win? In an instant, everyone had mixed feelings. They hoped that Lin Ling could rush back, but they also hoped that Lin Ling would not return. I know that you are stalling for time. At this time, Yin Chao Old Man spoke. Without waiting for Nan Wufengyu and the others to speak, he continued, with your strength, even if I don't do anything, the White Tiger Giant God and the others can slaughter you. Now, the protection of the Dao realm is useless against you. Your overall strength is no match for us. How can you fight us? Nan Wufengyu and the others were silent as they clenched their fists. Kiki, a bunch of ignorant people. You don't even know the strength of the 5 emperors. Luo Fuzi spoke as if he was with Yin Chao Old Man and the others. In fact, he had been scolded by Lei Gong and was in a bad mood. Now that Lei Gong and the others had been defeated, he was naturally happy. At least he wanted to let Lei Gong and the others know that it was not that he did not want to help, but that Emperor Yao could not resist at all, including him. On the other hand, Lei Gong and the others had asked Luo Fuzi to help. This was Luo Fuzi being unjust. Luo Fuzi, we are indeed ignorant people, but we are still better than a coward like you. It was Lei Gong's biggest mistake to know you. Oh right, don't say that you know Lei Gong. That's an insult to Lei Gong. Nan Wufengyu mocked when he saw Luo Fuzi gloating. You are about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn. Veins appeared on Luo Fuzi's forehead as he looked at Yin Chao Old Man and said, in my opinion, these trash should be slaughtered to show the might of the 5 emperors. This person was narrow-minded. After feeling humiliated, he asked Yin Chao Old Man to kill them all. Kiki, just a bunch of ants. What sense of accomplishment would there be in killing them? However, Sound Nest Old Man shook his head. I can give you a chance. Call Thunder God Lin Ling out. You won't have to die. Other than Saint Guyi, his other goal was Lin Ling. Since he did not see them, he did not want to kill them. Because if he killed all these people, Lin Ling would not appear. White Water Pure Maiden said immediately. I don't care. From now on, I will kill one person every 2 hours until I kill all of you. You better pray that Lin Ling comes back. Otherwise, you will all die here. In Chao Old Man said coldly and left, disappearing from the valley. White Tiger and the others sneered at the people in Lei Gong's hall. Did you hear that? Kill one person every 2 hours. Remember, after you die, there will be no Dao realm protection. It will be true death. Think about it, this is a Dao realm. You need thousands of opportunities to enter. Are you going to sacrifice everyone for one Lin Ling? Call Lin Ling back obediently. When they said this, their eyes were full of disdain, as if they were looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Nanhua Fengyu and the others came from the void of the 9 states. They were all indomitable figures. How could they take this lying down? Dream on. White Maiden roared and looked at Yu and the others. Since we can't escape death, why don't we fight with all our strength? Kill one person. What do you think? I think so. Sakura and the young demon lord nodded. They didn't think that Lin Ling could deal with these people and didn't want to be used as hostages to threaten Lin Ling. Thus, they wanted to die in battle so that Lin Ling could leave this place. He would avenge them in the future. But Nanhua Fengyu nodded. He didn't want to involve Lin Ling either. The others nodded as well. However, Yu stopped everyone. This is because of Lin Ling. I don't want everyone to die here. I think Lin Ling doesn't want to see this scene either. But White Maiden frowned and wanted to say something, but Yu interrupted her. Believe in Lin Ling. If he can come back, he will definitely win. Think about it, in the rainforest, in the void of the 9 states, in the Dao realm, Lin Ling has given us so many surprises. Now, he will definitely give us another one. We will be pleasantly surprised this time. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They couldn't deny that Yu was right. However, logic told them that Lin Ling couldn't win against these gods. I'll bet. Nanhua Fengyu gritted his teeth and made his decision. While they were talking, Giant White Tiger and the others were waiting with smiles on their faces, calculating the time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the White Tiger giant god suddenly frowned. The way I see it, these people won't call Lin Ling back at all. Damn it, they must be treating us like idiots. Giant White Tiger, it's not time yet. Don't be impatient. Next to him, a god smiled and shook his head. Back in Emperor Yao's territory, Lin Ling and Shingyi killed so many gods of Emperor Yao. Why should we be so nice to them? Since there's still an hour, let's start torturing them. Body, soul, everything. Giant White Tiger smiled savagely. If anyone is tortured to death first, they can only blame their bad luck. Master, this is a great idea. Next to him, a young man nodded with a smile. He was the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord. Back in Emperor Yao's territory, he was killed twice by Lin Ling and even lost the protection of the Dao realm. Now, he wanted nothing more than to grind Lin Ling's bones to dust. Don't worry, disciple, I'll make Lin Ling pay a heavy price. Giant White Tiger nodded at his disciple. In truth, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. He had wasted a lot of time in the God's Fall Void, but not only did he fail to catch Lin Ling, but he had also been following Lin Ling and eating Lin Ling's fart. When had he, Giant White Tiger, ever suffered such a great loss in his cultivation? That's good too. Although it's one person every 2 hours, torturing someone won't kill them so quickly. When they're about to die, time will be up. The gods nodded. 12 of you come out. Now kneel and kowtow. Whoever kneels and kowtows the fastest will not be tortured for the time being. After getting the gods' agreement, Giant White Tiger looked at the people in Lei Gong's hall and rubbed his chin, looking forward to seeing the people in Lei Gong's hall scramble to kneel and kowtow. I'll do it. Don't fight with me, I'll do it. 12 people? That's too few. Remember, you must call my name. Chapter 47:16. Such a scene enraged Giant God White Tiger and the rest. This was not something they wanted to see. Damn it! What kind of bewitching potion did Lin Ling give them to make them so fearless of death? Or did they think that their purgatory torture was child's play? I, as one of the leaders of Lei Gong's hall, I'll go first. Treasure God Nanwufenyu blocked the rest and spoke first. Stop fighting, I'm Lin Ling's servant. I'll bear this torture. White water pure girl, you're a woman after all. I'll take your place. Emperor God John Steel, giant ghost, and the rest also walked out one after another. Then, seeing that the others were unwilling to give up, they said, don't worry, we're the first 12. After we die, it'll be your turn next. As soon as he said that, Sakura and the others were willing to give up and didn't continue to argue. Yu and Nyuer looked at each other, their eyes wet. Lin Ling, what did he do to deserve these people to accompany him in death? Lin Ling had no regrets in life to have these brothers and companions by his side. This is Lin Ling's charm. Lin Ling treats his enemies fiercely, but he treats his friends well. That's why they're willing to be humiliated for Lin Ling. Xian Yuang suddenly laughed, feeling inexplicably touched and proud. Let's see how arrogant you can be. At this moment, the white tiger giant god coldly snorted. He walked out with several gods and unleashed his powerful god essence, turning it into sharp blades. If you dare resist, we'll kill everyone immediately. The white tiger's supervising soldier divine lord said sinisterly. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, the people of Lei Gong's hall would never resist. It wasn't that they were afraid of these people, but that they didn't want to implicate their own people. Cut them. Giant god White Tiger roared and controlled the divine essence blades to cut at treasure god Nanwufenyu and the rest. Furthermore, there were also soul force blades that were cutting into their souls. It was like the most terrifying purgatory in the underworld, causing the blood and bones of treasure god Nanwufenyu and the others to fall to the ground. Come on, let's see how powerful you are. Whoever goes soft is a coward. Ha, too weak. Are you trying to tickle me? Giant Ghost, Emperor God Zhan Gang, and the others roared as their eyes turned red. Their bodies were drenched in blood, and even their souls were trembling. Their flesh and bones were separated, but they didn't die. Tragic. Incomparably miserable. In the distance, Yu and the others clenched their fists. They couldn't bear to watch. Everyone. Sheng Yi struggled to open his eyes and groaned in pain, but he couldn't do anything to help. Ha, does it feel good? Does it hurt? Whose eyes are these? The white tiger's supervising divine monarch swaggered over and pulled out Nanwufenyu's eyes, extremely cruel. As long as a god didn't die, they could recover their lost flesh and blood, but the pain of losing flesh and blood was unavoidable. Lei Gong, are you awake? Look at your friends. Where's Lin Ling? Tell him to get his ass back here. If he's late, they won't be able to hold on much longer. Giant god White Tiger walked up to Lei Gong, grabbed a piece of meat, and began to chew on it. It was Emperor God Zhan Gang's meat. Although the meat of a god couldn't compare to a treasure of heaven and earth, it was still a great supplement. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Giant god White Tiger laughed as he ate. Lei Gong had already woken up. Seeing this scene, his body trembled and his eyes moistened. He hated that he was too weak, or these heartless people wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. Lei Gong, do you still dare to be smug in front of me? Even I can't protect you. Who in the entire Dao realm can? Also, you said that your Lin Ling dared to provoke Emperor Yao. Now do you know the consequences of provoking Emperor Yao? Luo Fuzi saw Lei Gong's dejected state, and his face twisted in anger. He was venting his anger. Lei Gong and the others had their fill of cursing, but now, did they still have the energy to do so? These people dare to mess around in Emperor Yao's territory? They don't know what's good for them. Last time, we were just giving face to Ancestor Red Cloud. This time, who can save them? I think that Lei Gong Lin Ling won't dare to come back. Such a sad scene, even his legs will turn to jelly. The gods around smiled coldly. There were many of them, and there were many gods outside the valley. However, at this moment, a roaring sound came from the river in the distance. The water rippled as if there was an ancient giant beast running on the river. At the same time, a large number of universe alligators rushed out. However, Just as they rushed out of the water, they were immediately killed by an unknown force and turned into minced meat. What powerful strength! Who is it? The gods outside the valley frowned as they stared at the water ripples. Only then did they realize that it was a young man in a blue robe. This young man looked very young, but his strength was unfathomable. Most importantly, his face was cold, and his aura was as if he came from the underworld. Just one look was enough to make the gods tremble in fear. Who is this person? An old man frowned. He had the strength of a mid-stage mid-god, but even he felt great pressure. This showed how powerful the person who had come was. He looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, one of the gods frowned and pondered for a moment. Finally, his expression changed greatly. He is Lei Gong Linling. One should know that Emperor Yao's territory was very big and there were countless gods. Linling was only one of them when he caused havoc in Emperor Yao's territory. Therefore, he was the only one who could recognize Linling. Lei Gong Linling? He's back? The other gods were stunned for a moment. Then they sneered and were about to inform the other gods in the valley. However, at this moment, a large hand reached over and suddenly grabbed one of them, fiercely clenching it. Bang! The sound of a balloon bursting was heard, and that god was crushed into pieces. The funny thing was that they had activated the Sky Observation Thunder Array to make Yu and the others lose the protection of the Tao state. However, they never expected that the array would be the culprit behind their deaths. This was because they were killed without even using the protection of the Tao state. The eyes of the remaining three gods narrowed as they stared at the newcomer in disbelief. The newcomer walked over. His speed seemed slow, but he appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Two big hands stretched out gently. Swoosh! One of the gods was torn in half by the hands. Endless blood and flesh spilled out and dyed the ground red, tearing a god apart. The remaining two gods' legs went soft, and they sat on the ground. This person was too strong. He killed a mid-stage middle god with just his hands? Bang! The newcomer took a step forward like a giant's leg. A powerful pressure fell on the head of one of them, crushing him into meat paste. The other was grabbed by the neck and dragged into the valley like a dead dog. Bang! Then, a head fell into the valley, shocking the valley. I, Linling, am here. Chapter 47:17. As the voice drifted out, it attracted countless gazes. Everyone looked at the man who slowly walked in, and at this moment, their expressions changed. The gods from Emperor Yao all narrowed their eyes, especially those who saw Linling for the first time. They frowned. This was the Linling that made Emperor Yao so angry? He looked very ordinary. As for Giant God White Tiger and Divine Lord White Tiger, their eyes flashed fiercely, and they almost laughed out loud. To them, Linling had finally returned. One must know that in the God Meteorite Void, they had been chasing Linling until they were badly battered, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Now, Linling had finally walked right into their trap. I've long felt that there was no need to chase Linling. It's better to let him walk right into our trap. Giant God White Tiger said indifferently. Linling ignored them and walked straight towards Treasure God Nanwufengyu and the others. When he saw their bloody scene, his heart sank to the bottom. In fact, before he returned, Yu had already informed him, which caused him to quicken his pace. At that time, Yu didn't know if Linling was still alive or where he was. She was just reminding Linling. Linling. Treasure God Nanwufengyu and the others also looked at Linling. Although they were very weak, they still forced a smile. However, their faces were disfigured, so their smiles were a little ferocious. Big brother, young Master Yao, bring them back. Linling nodded to them, then looked at Lei Gong's hall and said. Sakura and the others quickly carried Treasure God Nanwufengyu and the others away, and Linling turned to Giant God White Tiger and the others. He knew very well that if he had come a little later, everyone in Lei Gong's hall would have died. Giant God White Tiger and the others wouldn't have shown mercy. Don't worry, I will slaughter all of you. Linling said word by word, his voice filled with killing intent. As soon as he said this, everyone in Lei Gong's great hall laughed. Their Lei Gong had returned, and they now had a pillar of support. Lin Ling, their leader, is Sound Nest Old Man. He is a late-stage mid-god expert and has the powerful divine steps. You must be careful. Saint Guy opened his eyes with great difficulty and reminded. I know. Lin Ling nodded. With his soul force, he could naturally sense a powerful aura not too far away. But to him, it was nothing more than that. His gaze was fixed on the white tiger giant god and the others, and a chilling murderous intent erupted from him without restraint. He was still brooding over Ning Qingxin's death. Coupled with what happened in Lei Gong's palace, he couldn't wait to kill Emperor Yao and the others. White Tiger Divine Monarch. Suddenly, Lin Ling stared at a familiar face. It was this person who started the feud between him and Emperor Yao. He didn't expect that this person would dare to appear in front of him. Hee, you are finally back. The last time you killed me, I lost the protection of 2 Dao realm experts. I have always remembered this grudge. The White Tiger Divine Monarch smiled sinisterly at Lin Ling. With so many powerful gods around, he naturally didn't fear Lin Ling. You don't have to remember it for too long. Lin Ling walked over step by step. Is it because you are about to die that I have to forget about you? The White Tiger Divine Monarch shrugged. No, it is because you are about to die. After Lin Ling said those words, he suddenly disappeared. His speed was too fast, and no one present could react in time. One must know that Lin Ling was now a mid-stage mid-god with 7 dantians. His strength wasn't something these people could see through. Bang! A palm suddenly reached out and grabbed the neck of the White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord. Lin Ling. The White Tiger Divine Monarch was just a low god. The gap between him and Lin Ling was too big. He couldn't fight against Lin Ling at all. His other hand reached out and grabbed the White Tiger Divine Monarch's chest. Then he tore it apart. Swoosh! Fresh blood splattered like water. The skin under the White Tiger Divine Monarch's chest was torn off. And Lin Ling was holding a piece of human skin. Looking at the White Tiger Divine Monarch, the flesh on the front half of his body was clearly visible. It was terrifying. Ah! The White Tiger Divine Monarch cried out in pain. Although he was a god, he had never suffered such torture. But Lin Ling placed his hand on the White Tiger Divine Monarch's back and tore it apart. 2 pieces of human skin fell to the ground. And the White Tiger Divine Monarch was completely covered in blood. Master, master! He shouted anxiously. He was in so much pain that tears of blood flowed out. As the change happened too quickly, he didn't even have time to react. He also didn't expect Lin Ling's methods to be so cruel. Even the pupils of Emperor Yao's deity were trembling. They also didn't have time to react. They also didn't expect Lin Ling to attack so quickly. Now that they saw the White Tiger Divine Monarch covered in blood, they inexplicably felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that torturing others was fun, but when their own people were tortured, it was a nightmare. Perhaps, when their own people were tortured, it made them feel like they were being tortured as well. Lin Ling, how dare you touch my disciple? The White Tiger Divine Monarch cursed, gnashing his teeth in anger. Lin Ling was too fast. By the time he noticed, the White Tiger Divine Monarch had already been captured. Now, he didn't dare to attack for fear of breaking the vases. This is just the appetizer. After the skin, it's time for the tendons. Lin Ling sneered. With a slight movement of his palm, he swiped the White Tiger Divine Monarch's body. All of his meridians were pulled out. One by one, they were thrown to the ground by Lin Ling like hairs. Ugh! Every time a vein was pulled out, the White Tiger Divine Monarch groaned, his entire body trembling in pain. However, he was a god and he couldn't die. Lin Ling. The White Tiger Divine Monarch trembled and spat out a sentence. Don't panic. After the skin and tendons, it's time for the bones. Lin Ling sneered. When they tortured treasure god Nanwufenyu, didn't they panic? Lin Ling waved his right hand and rubbed the White Tiger Divine Monarch's body. Fresh blood dripped. A large number of bones were pulled out and thrown to the ground. Ah, Lin Ling, kill me, kill me. The white tiger divine monarch was in even more pain. The surrounding gods also inexplicably shuddered. After I torture your soul, you can slowly die. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Powerful soul force surged into the white tiger divine monarch's body. Like ants, it devoured the divine monarch's soul bit by bit. Bang! Then, the white tiger divine monarch was thrown to the ground by Lin Ling. At this moment he was like mud, his entire body twitching non-stop. He never imagined that when he followed his master here to see Lin Ling being tortured, he would be the one being tortured. Most importantly, after being skinned, tendons pulled, bones eroded, and soul tortured, he didn't die. In fact, at this moment, his perception of the outside world was 100 times clearer than usual. But the more it was like this, the more pain he felt. He couldn't even beg for death. Chapter 47:18. That calm voice, for some reason, gave all the gods a huge pressure, as though they were looking at a superior god. This is Lin Ling. Luo Fuzi frowned. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was some kind of trash, but now that he saw him, he knew what a domineering character he was. No wonder this person dared to offend Emperor Yao. However, being domineering and ruthless was not enough to dominate everything. In the Tao realm, strength was everything. Lin Ling. The white tiger god's face was filled with murderous intent. Don't worry, you will be the last to die. I want you to die in despair. Lin Ling did not even look at him. He disappeared from where he was, as though he was shuttling between time and space. Bang! When he appeared again, he was in front of a god. He grabbed the god's chest and pulled out the god's deity heart. Not good, my Tao realm is protecting me. That god endured the pain and exclaimed. He realized how terrifying it was to not have the protection of the Tao realm. More importantly, they were the ones who made the protection of the Tao realm disappear. Bang! Lin Ling crushed the deity heart. With a plop, that god died. Killing a mid-stage middle god was as easy as chopping vegetables. In fact, Lin Ling did not even need to use the third stage of innate fusion. With a slap, the terrifying godly energy roared. 2 gods were smashed into meat patties. Lin Ling had 7 great dantians and 7 great talents. After breaking through 1 Dan realm, the power of divinity he gained was simply too great. Overpowered. Completely overpowered. The white tiger god's face changed. He wanted to stop Lin Ling, but he was shocked to find that he could not catch up to Lin Ling's speed. Moreover, Lin Ling had a powerful aura that made it difficult for him to get close. Lin Ling had broken through. He finally realized a terrifying reality. Back in Emperor Yao's territory, Lin Ling was just a small god. If not for Ancestor Red Cloud, he could have killed Lin Ling as easily as killing a chicken. But now, Lin Ling actually gave him a huge sense of pressure. How terrifying! Other people broke through realms in millions of years, but Lin Ling actually took less than 1,000 years. What about 1,000,000 years later? The giant god White Tiger found it hard to imagine. In his eyes, Lin Ling was still slaughtering the deities. In fact, throughout the entire process, Lin Ling's expression was cold and detached, and he hadn't said a single word. It was as if slaughtering gods was as simple as eating a meal. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling's explosive means were not strong, but everything was smooth and smooth, so coordinated, so orderly. Hurry up and run. The deities also panicked and wanted to escape from here. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so different from the rumors. He was actually so much stronger than them. Looking at Yu Yu and the rest, they were also astonished. Although they knew that Lin Ling wasn't any weaker than these gods, they didn't expect him to be so much stronger. It was practically a one-sided suppression. Completely defenseless. That was the best way to describe those gods. Boom. Lin Ling didn't even use the tyrannical song sword. He just relied on his fists. It was extremely easy for him to destroy a god's divine essence and body with every punch. Caught you! At this point, the giant white tiger, who had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, finally appeared behind Lin Ling. Powerful power of divinity erupted and suppressed Lin Ling. Rumble. It was as if the whole ground was shaking. However, Lin Ling took the giant white tiger's attack head-on and came out unscathed. "Don't worry, I said that you'll be the last to die. So, enjoy their deaths." Lin Ling didn't even look behind him as he vanished on the spot. The giant white tiger maintained his attacking posture, but his back was already drenched. The difference was too great. Despair finally rose in his heart. An hour later, dozens of mid-level mid-deities were all dead. The whole valley was covered in divine blood and divine bones. It was so quiet that it was like hell. The only ones still standing were the giant white tiger and Luo Fuzi. They were silent, and their pupils were trembling. Even Luo Fuzi, a late-level mid-level deity, felt his heart thumping non-stop at this moment. Still not coming out? Sound Nest Elder. Lin Ling stood quietly among the countless corpses. His clothes were dyed red by divine blood, but he didn't seem to feel it. Instead, he looked into the distance and said. His expression was still calm. There was only indifference and no emotion on his face. It was as if killing dozens of mid-level deities was nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, this gave the giant white tiger and the rest tremendous pressure instead. Mid-level deities were no ordinary gods. Even in the Tao realm, they were mid-level strength. Each of them had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. For such experts to be killed so easily, could it be that this Lin Ling was once an ancient giant god? You're Lei Gong Lin Ling. Finally, a calm voice slowly drifted over. The Sound Nest Elder walked over from afar. You've been watching for so long just to see my strength. Now you're afraid. Lin Ling looked at the Sound Nest Elder and said. He already knew that this person was here, and he also knew that this person had witnessed his massacre. The reason why this person didn't appear was obviously because he was afraid of Lin Ling. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The Sound Nest Elder nodded solemnly. In the beginning, he didn't think much of Lin Ling's massacre, thinking that the giant white tiger and the rest could handle it. But later, he realized that it was wishful thinking. The giant white tiger was scared silly. Even he was scared out of his wits. You're the one who defeated Lei Gong and Saint Yi? Lin Ling asked again. Yes, I'm a late-level mid-level deity. The Sound Nest Elder nodded. Good. You're the next to die. Now you're ready. Lin Ling didn't waste any more words. He walked out, seemingly slow, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Sound Nest Elder and lightly punched out. Lin Ling. This scene caused Saint Yi and Lei Gong's expressions to change drastically. The Sound Nest Elder wasn't an ordinary late-level mid-level deity. He had the steps of the gods and a 9th-grade divine fetus. Lin Ling was too reckless to take the initiative to come to him. One must know that Lei Gong was also a late-level mid-level deity, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Sound Nest Elder. You're too impulsive. The Sound Nest Elder was surprised by Lin Ling's choice. He took out the music score in his hand and 80 million strands of divine energy suppressed. In his opinion, Lin Ling was only a mid-level deity. Although he was strong, how could he resist his 80 million strands of divine energy? 80 million strands of divine energy was a rare existence even among late-level mid-level deities. Rumble. The music score was like a waterfall, sweeping out. Terrifying energy rushed into the sky, causing the primordial aura in the sky to tremble. Countless people were sent flying by the powerful impact. If not for the fact that the Sound Nest Elder's target was Lin Ling, the energy would have been enough to kill Yu and the rest. This time, you're all dead. Chapter 47:19. Lin Ling had used the earth-splitting technique. Divine energy was ineffective against him. What? Luo Fuzi roared in shock. Damn it. Sound Nest Old Man also roared. A mid-stage mid-god could withstand 80 million strands of divine energy and come out unscathed? Facing Lin Ling, a mid-stage mid-god, he did not need to use any tricks. As the saying goes, 1 can defeat 10. That was enough. However, it had no effect at all. Withdraw, Song of Mountains and Rivers. Sound Nest Old Man roared and activated all of his divine energy, reaching the limit of 90 million strands of divine energy. The music scores seemed to have a spirit of their own. They immediately contracted and bound Lin Ling tightly. However, 90 million strands of divine energy was ineffective against Lin Ling. Gray robe. Lin Ling roared and the third stage of the innate fusion technique appeared. His divine energy was 30 million, and after the third stage of the innate fusion technique, it reached 50 million. As for his physical strength, it was 20 million strands of divine energy. After the innate fusion technique, it reached 50 million strands of divine energy. One was divine energy, and the other was physical strength. Both had reached 5,000 strands of divine energy. Previously, he had 2,000 strands of divine energy. Now, he had 2,000 strands of it. This was because he had cultivated all 7 danshans at the same time. After breaking through one dan, all of his domains had been upgraded. His speed was 7 times that of other gods. With 2,000 strands of divine energy, it was not difficult for him to resist 90 million strands of divine energy. Swoosh! With a rumble, the ancient music score was torn apart by Lin Ling's hands and thrown to the ground, causing the ground to crack. This kid! Lei Gong was shocked. Previously, he had battled Sound Nest Old Man, so he knew how terrifying the music score was. However, it was torn apart by Lin Ling. When did Lin Ling increase his strength so much? Moreover, Lin Ling was only a mid-stage mid-god. What would happen if he reached late-stage mid-god? Lei Gong did not dare to imagine. Of course, he was shocked. After all, when Lin Ling battled with the Bronze Gate, he was only an early-stage mid-god. Therefore, this was the first time he saw Lin Ling explode with mid-stage mid-god strength. Sound Nest Old Man's pupils were trembling. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He thought that Lin Ling was already very scary, but after seeing Lin Ling's strength explode, he felt that this horror had reached a new level. He immediately floated backwards, and a jade zither appeared. With a slight movement of his hands, countless illusions of life appeared. This was the steps of the gods. Lin Ling, you underestimate me too much. I have the 9 heavens jade zither once played by the ancient goddess Nuwa, and I have the god steps. You are no match for me. Do you know how Saint Yi lost? He lost because of my divine steps. Sound Nest Elder roared hysterically after flicking his hands. It's just using music to control other people's souls into illusions and then dominate their bodies. Playing such tricks, I'm your ancestor. Lin Ling instantly saw through Sound Nest Elder's divine steps. In truth, these steps of the gods were the same as the steps of wisdom. They were both sealing techniques. However, Lin Ling had cultivated the steps of wisdom for many years, and his soul force was extremely powerful. Everyone had the same steps of the gods, and Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone. The steps of wisdom. Lin Ling took a step forward, and a terrifying soul force surged out like a wave. Rumble. Although it couldn't break Sound Nest Elder's steps of the gods, it affected him. His steps of the gods were in chaos, and he couldn't play it calmly. Not good. You also have the steps of the gods, and among the 6 realms, elementary, Tao Sense, Dominator, Primary, Ancient, and Taisha Eternal. Yours is Taisha Eternal. Sound Nest Elder's heart exploded in disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Ling would have so many methods, and all of them were so ancient. Saint Yunyi was now awake. He looked at Lin Ling in shock, not expecting Lin Ling to be able to break Sound Nest Elder's method. My lord is even stronger than me. Saint Yunyi finally came to a conclusion. Everyone in the area was shocked by Lin Ling's strength, and they were speechless for a long time. The White Tiger Giant God and Luo Fuzi were trembling, their eyes flickering. It's a waste for Nuwa's zither to fall into your hands. Lin Ling walked forward step by step and used Split the Heavens, slashing out viciously. Rumble. The jade zither in front of the Sound Nest Old Man was actually split into 2 halves. Sound Nest Elder was still sitting there, but he was stunned, dumbfounded, and even dazed. The treasure of an ancient giant god was also split in half. Although the zither wasn't a chaos divine artifact, Because Nuwa had played it before, it was no small matter. After he obtained it, he treated it like a treasure. But now it was destroyed. This Lin Ling was simply omnipotent. Looks like you don't have any more tricks. Originally, I wanted you to go back and tell Emperor Yao that if you want to fight, come personally. But now, forget it, because I can't bear to let you leave alive. Lin Ling stood in front of Sound Nest Elder, looking down at him. His soft voice and disdainful eyes made Sound Nest Elder feel as if he was looking at Emperor Yao. Sound Nest Elder wanted to say something, because he thought it was just a small mission, but he didn't expect to kick an iron plate. This Lin Ling's strength was beyond imagination. Shio! Blood flashed, and the tyrant song was finally unsheathed. The sword slashed across Sound Nest Old Man's neck, and a head fell off. Fresh blood spurted out from Sound Nest Old Man's neck like a volcanic eruption. A powerful late-stage mid-god had fallen here. One had to know that Sound Nest Elder had brought a large number of gods to capture Lin Ling and resist Lei Gong Hall, but the entire Lei Gong Hall was powerless to resist. Instead, Lin Ling single-handedly uprooted them and slaughtered them all. Now there were only two left, White Tiger and Luo Fuzi. Their faces were pale. At this point, they didn't have any thoughts of resistance. The only thing they had in their hearts was despair. White Tiger! Lin Ling also looked at the giant White Tiger god. This was a god who had once looked down on him, but now he was trembling in fear before him. Are you afraid? Are you regretting coming here? Are you regretting that you set up a divine barrier, causing the protection of the Dao realm to be ineffective? Are you regretting that you didn't kill me when we were in Emperor Yao's territory? Lin Ling walked towards White Tiger step by step. His every word was exactly what White Tiger was thinking, and everything was exactly the same. If he had killed Lin Ling in Emperor Yao's territory, he wouldn't be where he was today. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Lin Ling would become so strong not long after. I regret it. White Tiger gritted his teeth, but his eyes were dim, and he had completely lost the power to resist. I forgot to tell you that Goddess Tianxi is also dead. Now, you shall accompany her on the road to hell. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, and the tyrannical power cut White Tiger into pieces. Chapter 4720. Who are you? At this time, Lin Ling looked at Luo Fuzi. With just a glance, Luo Fuzi's body trembled, and he quietly took a step back. After experiencing Lin Ling's massacre, Luo Fuzi was completely afraid of Lin Ling. Well, I'm not Emperor Yao's man. Luo Fuzi hurriedly explained and then planned to leave. He quietly turned around and took a step forward. This short step was like the most important step in his life to him. He never thought that after becoming Di Jun's man, there would be a day when he would be afraid. Moreover, when he thought of how high and mighty he was in front of Lei Gong and the others, he was so ashamed that he wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. With his strength, he wanted to protect Lei Gong's hall. He was overestimating himself. Lin Ling frowned slightly and was puzzled by this person. However, this person was not Emperor Yao's man, so he could not be bothered with him. However, at this time, a voice transmission came. It was Yu Yu's voice. Lin Ling listened quietly, then looked at Luo Fuzi and said indifferently, "Wait." With just one sentence, Luo Fuzi felt as if he was struck by lightning. He even panicked and sat on the ground. Don't kill me." He let out a panicked voice, and then his pants were wet. Yu Yu and the others stared at Luo Fuzi and could not help but laugh sarcastically. They did not expect Luo Fuzi to be so frightened. "You're Lei Gong's friend?" Lin Ling looked at Luo Fuzi and asked. Yu Yu had already told him everything about Luo Fuzi's arrival. Yes, I'm Lei Gong's friend." Luo Fuzi did not dare to look at Lin Ling. "You said you would help us before, but then you went back on your words and even joined forces with Yin Chao Elder to deal with me?" Lin Ling said again, his voice cold. "My lord, I didn't attack Lei Gong and the others. You've wronged me. I was wrong. I should have continued to stand on Lei Gong's side." Luo Fuzi anxiously waved his hand. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. If I wasn't a match for Sound Nest Elder and the others, what would you have done? Lin Ling said again. This. Luo Fuzi opened his mouth because this was an obvious answer. He would definitely mock and rejoice in other people's misfortune, and even hit them when they were down. I heard that Lei Gong saved your life once. How can you treat him like this? Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light. He hated this kind of ungrateful person the most. Spare me, spare me. I'm Di Jun's man. Di Jun is one of the 5 emperors. Luo Fuzi was completely afraid of Lin Ling, so he could only use his backer. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. 5 emperors? The Sound Nest Old Man and the others weren't from the 5 emperors? This. Luo Fuzi was stunned. The Sound Nest Old Man and the others were also from the 5 emperors, but what happened in the end? Didn't they still die? This Lin Ling didn't even put Emperor Yao in his eyes. You've already offended Emperor Yao. Don't tell me you want to offend Di Jun too? In the Dao realm, offending 2 human leaders at the same time. Aren't you digging your own grave? Luo Fuzi suddenly thought of something, and his confidence increased by a notch. Lin Ling suddenly smiled sarcastically. Not only Emperor Yao, I've also offended Emperor Shun. What's the big deal if there's another Emperor Jun? Moreover, I remember that under Emperor Jun's tomb, there were a few guys called the 3 provinces' old ancestors. They seem to have been killed by me. Luo Fuzi's newly born confidence instantly disappeared. His expression was as if he had seen a monster. Where did this Lin Ling come from? Why did he dare to offend 3 human leaders at the same time? He's crazy. Lei Gong's character is loyal and righteous. Unfortunately, sometimes he trusts others too much. Although this is his business and I shouldn't interfere, as half of his disciple, I can't bear to see him being deceived. Lin Ling's body was filled with murderous intent. If you want me to be an ugly person, I'm willing to do it. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Demons Subduing Destruction. The cosmic ray was like a cage, sealing the universe and suppressing Luo Fuzi. Oh no. Before Luo Fuzi could say anything, his soul was cut to death. With the strength of a late-stage mid-god, he still couldn't block one move from Lin Ling. After doing this, Lin Ling finally felt a sense of fatigue. He had killed 2 late-stage mid-gods in succession and fought dozens of middle-stage mid-gods. He had reached his limit. His soul energy, divine energy, and even his physical strength had been greatly consumed. Lin Ling. My lord. At this moment, everyone in Lei Gong's hall looked at Lin Ling, their eyes moist. Luo Fuzi didn't care about their friendship and instead hit Lei Gong when he was down. They felt bad for Lei Gong for having such a friend, but in the end he was Lei Gong's friend. It wasn't good for them to interfere. However, Lin Ling interfered. He helped Lei Gong get rid of this friend because Lin Ling knew that Luo Fuzi had completely broken off relations with Lei Gong. In the future, he would definitely harm Lei Gong if he had the chance. And for Lei Gong's safety, Lin Ling was willing to be the ugly person. This was their Lord Lei Gong of Lei Gong's hall. There are some treasures here. Take them to recover. Lin Ling hurried over and took out some treasures to heal Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu and the others. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu and the others had been tortured, but they were still gods. As long as they spent some time, they could recover. However, if Lin Ling had returned a step later, it would have been hard to say. My lord, I'm useless. At this moment, Xingyi stood up and looked guiltily at Lin Ling. The enemy had arrived, and he couldn't help much. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have all died. And he, Xingyi, was the #1 general of Lei Gong's hall. My lord, I'm useless too. Young Qilin also bowed to Lin Ling. Ha, this has nothing to do with you. After all, how long have you been in the Dao realm? And how long have the enemies been in the Dao realm? Not to mention, the enemies are the 5 emperors. It's normal that you can't beat them. Even old monsters who have cultivated in the Dao realm for millions of years can't beat the 5 emperors. Lin Ling advised with a smile, and I believe that you will soon gain a firm foothold in the Dao realm. Xingyi and the others nodded heavily. They were only early-stage mid-gods now. Naturally, they couldn't compare to those old monsters. But if they stepped into mid-stage mid-god, it would be hard to say. Especially Xingyi. His potential was the most terrifying. After breaking through, he would definitely be able to kill those above his level like Lin Ling. Now, Emperor Yao has found us. If Elder Chao and the others haven't returned, Emperor Yao will probably send more experts here. So let's leave this place. Lin Ling looked around and said. Although his strength had increased greatly, it was still impossible for him to fight against Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun. Alright. Chapter 47-21. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? My lord is looking for you. The old man stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Lin Ling and the others had just left the valley when they were suddenly stopped. They all frowned. One had to know that they had not been in the Dao realm for long and did not know many people. Who would take the initiative to look for them? Who is your lord? Lin Ling could not help but ask. He only knew Goddess Yu Ying and the Yellow Emperor in the Dao realm. He was not familiar with anyone else. There's a letter of challenge here. Just accept it. The old man sized up Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was young and that the people around him were not strong, he immediately shook his head. A letter of challenge was thrown over, and Lin Ling accepted it. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I have heard a lot about you. I will be waiting for you in Lingxiao City. Please come and spar with me. The words in the letter of challenge were domineering, as if Lin Ling had to go. However, it was signed off by Emperor Dong Hua. So it was him. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The last time he went to look for the Xian Qi of the universe, he had caused Emperor Dong Hua and the others to return empty-handed. These people must hate Lin Ling to death. However, Lin Ling did not expect that this person would be able to find him. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I heard that you have offended Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao. You are in an extremely dangerous situation. If these two human leaders know that you are here, I wonder what the consequences will be? Seeing that Lin Ling did not speak, the old man said calmly, however, my lord is very easy to talk to. As long as your Excellency Lin Ling goes, the two human leaders will not know that your Excellency Lin Ling is here. This sentence was full of threats. Lei Gong Lin Ling was now somewhat famous in the Dao realm. It was said that he had offended Emperor Shun and other experts. Emperor Dong Hua naturally knew about this. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not go, then Emperor Dong Hua would tell Emperor Shun and the others about Lin Ling's whereabouts. This was Emperor Dong Hua's confidence. What do you think? The old man seemed to know that Lin Ling would definitely go. Unfortunately, he did not know that Emperor Yao had already come looking for him, and that a late-stage mid-level expert had fallen here. Otherwise, Emperor Dong Hua would definitely not dare to send someone to invite Lin Ling. Lingxiao City? Lin Ling did not answer whether he was going or not, but asked curiously. After the Lingxiao Palace in the era of the gods was destroyed, someone moved it to the Dao realm and turned it into Lingxiao City. This city is a divine city. Back then, many gods from the era of the gods were nostalgic, so they liked to gather here. It's normal that you don't know. With your background, you probably didn't go there back then. Let's go to Lingxiao Palace. The old man said proudly. I see. Lin Ling nodded in realization. Are you going now or not? The old man asked again, his expression becoming somewhat impatient. Of course, why not? Lin Ling sneered, then nodded at Saint-Gue. Saint-Gue understood Lin Ling's meaning, and without another word, the Donghuang bell suppressed the old man. A terrifying aura pressed down, causing the old man's originally aloof expression to instantly change greatly. What a terrifying aura! What was this? According to Emperor Donghua's words, Lei Gong Lin Ling was just an unknown god. Back then, he was also unknown, so he did not take Lin Ling seriously at all. But who knew that Lin Ling's people were so strong? Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? I'm just passing a message on behalf of Emperor Donghua. The old man's face was filled with fear. Passing a message? Lin Ling looked at the old man with disdain. Since he has issued a challenge, it means that Emperor Donghua doesn't like me. I've never been nice to my enemies, And it's the same for those who pass on a message. You. The old man's lungs were about to explode. This Lin Ling was too unruly. Kneel here obediently and wait for me to return before you leave. Lin Ling left with these words and left with the crowd. I really don't understand. You're just a piece of trash passing on a message. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant? Saint Gui sneered, then activated the Donghuang bell to suppress the old man. Rumble. The ground rumbled. The Donghuang bell wasn't something that the old man could withstand. It crushed him to pieces, but it wasn't life-threatening. Therefore, the protection of the Dao realm didn't appear. The phantom of an ancient bell appeared on the ground and rumbled, suppressing the old man so much that he couldn't turn around. Lin Ling. The old man spat out blood and roared. Unfortunately, Lin Ling and the rest were already far away. He immediately knew that he wouldn't be able to escape from this suppression for at least 100 years. After all, he was just an early-stage mid-god. Most importantly, it would be difficult for him to commit suicide while being suppressed. Saint Gui held the Donghuang bell in one hand and looked at it with disdain before chasing after Lin Ling and the rest. In his opinion, a mere messenger dared to be so arrogant. If not for the fact that Lin Ling only wanted him to teach him a lesson, he would have sent that old man back to his hometown. Big brother Ling, where's Firmament City? Yu asked curiously as she followed Lin Ling. This was the first time she had traveled so far after leaving the island. After all, they didn't have the strength to travel so far in the past. But now Lin Ling's strength was different from before. Although he couldn't fight against Emperor Yao, he wasn't afraid of ordinary gods. I'm not too sure, but I think the letter of challenge will point us in the direction. Lin Ling said to Yu with a smile. Lin Ling, who's Emperor Donghua? He seems very powerful. Is it really okay for us to go like this? And Yue thought of something and asked worriedly. He's just a villain. Lin Ling shook his head. If it was before, I might not be his match. But now, he's nothing in my eyes. Emperor Donghua was just a late-stage mid-god. It wasn't like Lin Ling hadn't killed such a god before. Lin Ling's strength has increased tremendously after breaking through. Long Yang was also in the crowd. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She and the 10 orthodoxies knew about Emperor Donghua. Back in the abyss, these experts were so powerful that they couldn't fight against them. But after returning from the abyss, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of these experts. Of course, if they hadn't experienced the valley incident, they would have thought it was a fool's dream. But in the valley battle, the late-stage mid-god Sound Nest Elder was chopped up like a vegetable and couldn't withstand a single blow. This made them realize that Emperor Donghua might not be Lin Ling's match. According to the letter of challenge, Lin Ling and the others headed east. At this moment, in the far east, rays of light shot up into the sky. Purple chi from the east. In the distance, a large number of rainbows streaked across the sky. Then, they landed on the ground and entered the city. These were all gods from several eras. Looking at Firmament City, it was majestic and sacred. In front of the huge city gate, a plaque hung there with the words, Firmament Palace of the King, written on it. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.